Panitia mohon bantu mengarahkan siswa untuk hadir di sebelah kanan, bangku di sebelah kanan masih kosong. Saya sih nonton aja.
Perkembangan sektor transportasi dan logistik terus menunjukkan tren positif hingga saat ini.
Kebutuhan akan tenaga profesional di sektor udara, darat, laut, dan logistik terus meningkat seiring pertumbuhan ekonomi yang pesat.
Maka tentunya diperlukan institusi pendidikan di bidang transportasi dan logistik terlengkap di Indonesia.
Institut Transportasi dan Logistik Trisakti.
Panitia dan tadi semua mengarahkan peserta ke bangku-bangku yang masih kosong. Terima kasih.
ITL Trisakti awalnya bernama Akademi Angkutan Udara Niaga Trisakti, lalu menjadi Sekolah Tinggi Manajemen Transportasi Trisakti, dan sekarang bertransformasi menjadi Institut Transportasi dan Logistik Trisakti, menyediakan program studi yang lebih komprehensif.
ITL Trisakti terletak di lokasi strategis yang terintegrasi dengan jalur angkutan umum dan moda transportasi lainnya, memastikan aksesibilitas yang optimal. Berdiri di tengah kawasan strategis yang berdekatan dengan sentra aktivitas transportasi dan logistik, juga berlokasi di pusat perekonomian nasional, menjadikan kampus ini sebagai pusat unggulan untuk berbagai peluang kolaborasi dan konektivitas.
Halo, selamat datang di Institut Transportasi dan Logistik Trisakti. Kenalin, aku Karen. Kali ini kita akan keliling kampus ITL Trisakti bersama dengan teman-teman aku ya. Ada Kak Vando.
Halo, ada juga Kak Victoria, mahasiswa dari Timur Leste.
Hola, Dirtai. Yuk ikut kita mengenal lebih dalam tentang ITL Trisakti. ITL Trisakti telah menarik minat mahasiswa dari berbagai negara untuk bergabung dan memperoleh pendidikan yang berkualitas. Didukung dengan puluhan dosen, baik yang tengah menempuh maupun yang telah lulus dari program doktor, serta puluhan lainnya yang merupakan lulusan dari kampus luar negeri yang ternama, menjadikan kualitas serta akreditasi dari ITL Trisakti tidak perlu diragukan lagi.
Erun,
Hai, Dana.
Nah, itu tadi anak-anak vokasi. Buat kamu yang ingin kuliah dalam waktu 3 tahun dan sudah dipersiapkan untuk masuk ke dalam dunia kerja, program vokasi sangat cocok untuk kamu. ITL Trisakti memiliki 3 peminatan untuk vokasi. Ada manajemen transportasi udara, laut, serta logistik dan material.
Nah, kenalan yuk sama fakultas aku yang paling ramai di sini, Fakultas Manajemen dan Bisnis. Di sini, kamu tidak hanya mempelajari ilmu manajemen secara general, tetapi kamu juga akan mempelajari ilmu manajemen transportasi udara, darat, laut, perkeretaapian, dan logistik. Seru banget kan? Kamu tahu nggak, teknik di kampus ini tuh teknik yang jarang ditemuin di Indonesia. Kenapa?
Karena di sini kamu akan ketemu dengan teknik dirgantara, teknik lautan, dan teknik rekayasa infrastruktur dan lingkungan. Menarik bukan?
Masa tuh?
Hei, sini deh. Mau tahu nggak? Fakultas aku, fakultas pemerintahan langsung dari Bapak Presiden Joko Widodo sejak tahun 2017 loh. Kenalin, Fakultas Sistem Transportasi dan Logistik memiliki dual program studi Sistem Transportasi dan Sistem Logistik.
Nah, gimana?
Udah Kak, itu aja.
Belum dong. Kalau kamu sudah lolos dari program sarjana, kamu bisa lanjut program magister di ITL Trisakti dengan 7 peminatan manajemen transportasi dan logistik. Dan yang paling keren adalah di ITL Trisakti sudah ada program doktor ilmu manajemen dengan 4 kehasilan manajemen transportasi dan logistik.
Wah, keren dan lengkap banget ya Kak.
Pastinya dong. Sekarang, yuk kita kenalan dengan sahabat-sahabat ITL Trisakti. Let's go!
Untuk memberikan jaringan koneksi yang luas bagi mahasiswanya, ITL Trisakti telah bekerjasama dengan lebih dari 100 perusahaan dan universitas nasional maupun internasional. Menariknya, 80% mahasiswa yang belum lulus sudah mendapatkan pekerjaan loh dengan adanya kolaborasi ini. Selain itu, ITL Trisakti juga sangat mendukung para mahasiswanya agar mendapatkan pengalaman belajar yang lebih luas dengan program-program internasional yang dapat diikuti. Mulai dari Malaysia, Cina, Korea Selatan, hingga Belgia. Tidak hanya berfokus pada bidang akademik, ITL Trisakti juga menoreh prestasi di bidang non-akademik. Berbagai kejuaraan nasional hingga internasional telah diraih oleh mahasiswa ITL Trisakti. Selain pengalaman belajar, pengalaman organisasi juga tidak kalah penting. Kamu bisa bergabung dengan 30 lebih organisasi mahasiswa pilihan kamu yang pastinya berguna untuk pengembangan minat dan bakat mahasiswa. Sejak tahun 1970 hingga sekarang, dengan total lebih dari 20.000 alumni, telah sukses menjalani karirnya di industri transportasi dan logistik nasional hingga internasional loh. ITL Trisakti terus berkomitmen dalam mendukung pendidikan dengan adanya banyak program beasiswa, dengan jalur masuk sesuai dengan potensi calon mahasiswanya. Nah, untuk menunjang kegiatan akademik maupun non-akademiknya, ITL Trisakti juga menyediakan berbagai fasilitas yang tentunya dapat dipakai oleh seluruh civitas akademika ITL Trisakti, mulai perpustakaan yang luas dan disertai dengan ruang diskusi, auditorium modern dengan kapasitas 300 orang, audiovisual yang dapat menampung hingga 100 orang, ruang kelas yang nyaman, laboratorium komputer, lab pemetaan gambar, fitness center, wall climbing, lapangan bulu tangkis, lapangan basket, dan lapangan futsal. Tersedia juga fasilitas kesehatan seperti poliklinik dengan staf medis yang kompeten, kafetaria yang bersih dan nyaman dengan harga terjangkau, Bank BNI, tempat ibadah, Taman Seni dan Plaza UKM sebagai tempat mahasiswa bercengkrama, dan masih banyak lagi fasilitas lainnya yang tentunya lengkap dan nyaman.
Kamu tahu nggak sekarang kita ada di mana? Ya, ITL Trisakti tidak hanya berlokasi di Cipinang Kebonanas saja loh. ITL Trisakti juga berlokasi di Kampus Rawasari, Jakarta Timur. Di Kampus Rawasari ini berfokus untuk kegiatan belajar mengajar para mahasiswa magister and dokter. Di sini terdapat berbagai fasilitas laboratorium yang sangat lengkap, khususnya untuk para mahasiswa teknik loh. Mulai dari laboratorium hidrolika, laboratorium listrik, laboratorium mekanika tanah dan fondasi, serta laboratorium lainnya dengan fasilitas yang memadai untuk mahasiswa teknik. Pokoknya, fasilitas yang diberikan itu sangatlah lengkap untuk menunjang kesuksesan mahasiswa dalam proses belajar mengajar. Keren banget ya.
Gimana? Sudah siap menjadi bagian dari ITL Trisakti? Kampus dengan jurusan transportasi dan logistik terlengkap di Indonesia.
Dengan fasilitas yang lengkap serta ilmu transportasi dan logistik yang tidak pernah mati, menjadikan ITL Trisakti sebagai pilihan yang tepat untuk kamu.
Jadi, tunggu apa lagi? Jadilah the next translation bersama Institut Transportasi dan Logistik Trisakti.
Before we start our event for today, allow me to read the safety induction procedures for your own safety. Fire evacuation procedure. Stay calm and do not panic. Keep away from the source of fire. Immediately proceed to the evacuation route, and if possible, grab a portable fire extinguisher. Turn off and disconnect all electric equipment. If trapped in smoke, move towards the stairs, taking short breaths. Crawl if possible, and do not turn back to avoid collisions with individuals behind you. If forced to pass through smoke, hold your breath and run towards the evacuation route. If the fire is uncontrollable, close all doors to the burning room. Leave the area immediately. Earthquake evacuation procedures. Stay calm and do not panic. Use the emergency stairs when inside the building. If possible, exit the building following the evacuation route signs. If not possible, find a shelter space deemed safe. Take shelter beside furniture or desk, in a crouched positions with hands protected head. Security procedure using stairs. Hold onto the rail of the stairs. Do not carry heavy items obstructing your view. Do not run while using stairs. Ensure the stairs are clear of obstacles. Excellencies, distinguished guest speakers, participants. Transportation and logistics, that runs Asep Sukarman, DSS, and all members. The Safety Institute of Transportation and Logistics, Dr. Yulin and all members. Our distinguished speakers, sponsors, invitations, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Blessings, we are gathering here in a good health and fun spirits, of course. This is GROSTLog 2023. We are highlighting a topic: driving humanitarian logistics, enhancing efficiency and impact in logistic business. And we believe our speakers, presenters, and participants already shared their enthusiasm through this conference. Our highest appreciation to our sponsors for today. We will move to logistics. And it our possibly settling in our responsibility, University Indonesia Institute of Aviation Technology, Unique Almiat. I also want to with our University of Institute of Industry Technology, Malaysia Institute of Supply Innovation, Malaysia Institute of Asia Pacific and USC, Institute of Management Fitness, Solar University of Technology, Thailand, University of Antwerp and Antwerp Management School, Belgium, GLTS, Japan, India University, South Korea, University of Russia, National Penanggulangan Bencana, and the Board of Associasi Logistik Indonesia. Singing the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Please rise from your seat and kindly study in appropriate conditions. Thank you, and please be seated. As the beginning, we would like to invite the Director of the Trisakti Institute of Transportation and Logistics, Dr. Yanti IM. It's yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished Chairman of Trisakti Foundation, esteemed invite speakers, respected faculty members of ITL Trisakti, and esteemed guests. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning. It is with great pleasure and enthusiasm that I extend a warm welcome to each of you at the 7th GROSTLog International Conference, centered around the crucial theme of driving humanitarian logistics, enhancing efficiency and impact in the logistic business. As we gather here today, we are honored to have in our midst our distinguished invited speaker and all our esteemed guests. This conference serves as a platform for the exchange of knowledge, insight, and innovation in the field of humanitarian logistics, aiming to enhance efficiency maximum within the logistic business. Your presence here adds immense value to the discourse, and we are eager to benefit from the collective expertise and a perspective that is of you bring to the esteemed gathering. And we delve into the discussion and presentation of humanitarian logistics. We aim not only to enhance our understanding, but also to cultivate actionable strategies that will drive positive change in the logistic business. The term underscores the imperative to maximize efficiency and impact, crucial element in addressing the evolving challenges faced by the logistic industry, particularly in the context of humanitarian effort. May our discussion of this contribute significantly to advancing the understanding and practices in humanitarian logistics, fostering collaboration, and ultimately driving positive change in the field. Once again, I extend a heartfelt welcome to each of you, and I look forward to fruitful and very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the welcoming remarks. And as we welcome Dr. Julieta Simarmata, the Instructor in Academy for Trisakti Institute of Transportation and Logistics, for his remarks as the organizing committee. So, Dr. Julieta, the floor is yours.
Esteemed guests, respected and members of the organizing committee, very good morning to all of us. I want to report this program, 7 GROSTLog, but before I explain about the 7 GROSTLog, I will refresh us very shortly about first GROSTLog until the 6th GROSTLog. Please, the multimedia, can you show the update? Yeah, this is the first GROSTLog. we conduct 2017. We are talking about sustainability transportation. And next, the second GROSTLog. Yeah, so we can we have Pak Nobrizal also. Yeah, we talk about logistic. Yeah, Pak Nobrizal. Yeah, 2018. And then the third GROSTLog. Yeah, managing growth in aviation industry. So the topic is about aviation industry, 2019. Yeah, 2019. And then next, yeah, this is about what is it? Transport logistics. Sorry, the port. Yeah, the port GROSTLog. And then the fifth. Yeah, this is the fifth GROSTLog about maritime. Yeah, and the sixth GROSTLog. Yeah, we are about the sixth GROSTLog. Yeah, and now we have the seventh GROSTLog. So I will report about the seventh GROSTLog here. Now this year we have engaged about 25 distinguished professor and doctor as reviewers. So please applause for the 25 reviewers who do correction, who do suggestion to the paper that the participant submit. Yeah, and then we have in this conference we have 230 papers from the participant. 235, yeah, papers. And also we have 440 authors and co-authors. Please applause for the authors and co-authors. Yeah, in this room there are around 330 participants, but we are having also the next room is about 100 participants there. They are doing online, yeah. Okay, and then I'm delighted to introduce our distinguished invited speaker who have graciously accepted our invitation. I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Robert De Souza. Please stand up, sir. From National University of Singapore. The second, we are also honored to have Associate Professor Dr. Nur Aida. Please stand, Naida. Applause, Prof. Naida. The third speaker, I'm delighted to present to you Dr. Albert Tan from Philippines. The fourth, join me in extending a warm welcome to Mariko Nomiya from Japan. I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Muhammad Amran, from University Kuala Lumpur, from Maluk, yeah, Johor Bahru. Yeah, okay. Also, I take great pleasure in introducing Dr. Adisak Subitawat from Thailand. Our next speaker needs to no need to introduction to those familiar with logistics and supply chains in Indonesia. I would like to welcome Dr. Nofrizal. Dr. Nofrizal, Senior Lecturer of ITL Trisakti. Thank you, sir. Last but not least, it is distinction honor to introduce our distinguished speaker, Professor Ruth Giver from Belgium, Antwerpen University, but he is doing online, yeah, in the second session. And one more speaker, Dr. Nur Hayati from UNIKL, Kuala Lumpur, MIAT, Malaysian Aviation Technology. So for all the participants, yeah, because I saw their face very nervous, ya. Mereka khawatir ini partisipan because they should present the paper in the parallel session, Jadi saya lihat wajahnya masih pada aku. Dikasih very good and very kind. Super itu. You will have experience to present your paper in international atmosphere, international academic atmosphere, ya. Don't worry, ya. Semangat. Don't worry. Okay. So, in conclusion, the international conference is not merely an event. It is a celebration of ideas, competition, and pursuit of knowledge. I extend my gratitude to the organizing committee. Tepuk tangan dulu dong buat organizing committee. The organizing committee already works for months to prepare all things about the GROSTLog, GROSTLog. And also sponsor, participant, and everyone who contribute to making the conference a reality. May today be filled with inspiration, insightful discussion, and the forging of new connection. Thank you, and I wish everyone a fruitful and memorable conference today. Thank you.
Thank you for coming remarks. Indonesia sedikit teman-teman. Jangan teman-teman. Sampai aduh nih gue mau di hari ini aku banyak hari ini ya. Guys, karena admin saya pernah di sana teman-teman di kelas keempat. Jadi jangan lupa banget karena temuan video di sini not only judge you but also give you an advice. Apa sih yang harus dibenerin, apa sih yang harus diperbaikin, itu something good opportunity for you guys standing here and sitting here in this room. Okay, this driving humanitarian logistics, enhancing efficiency and impact on the logistic business. Especially from our speakers yang lebih aja kenalin tadi dari several countries, dari Belgium, dari Japan, from Philippines, from Singapore, and how they manage logistics, logistics in their business and also in their countries. So we have a better insight what we can do in the future, what innovation that we can create for IT sector for sure, or even for transportation and logistics in Indonesia. So we would like to welcome our for today assist the plenary sessions for today. So Dr. Rene Dian of Dr. Rene, the stage is yours.
Honored guests, esteemed participants, and ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 7th GROSTLog conference at ITL Trisakti. Trainee, and I'm honored to be your moderator today. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, our theme for our conference today is driving humanitarian logistics, enhancing efficiency and impact in the logistics business. Our Vice Rector has mentioned about our previous GROSTLog. Reflecting briefly on our last conference, we witnessed several suggestions, information, and solutions related to our transportation and logistics business. And today, we're going to explore innovative solutions and foster collaborations and contribution for our logistic transportation, particularly in humanitarian efforts. Joining virtually, your question is important for us. Because how we can have global challenges and shape a more sustainable and compassionate future in the logistic industry. Ladies and gentlemen, before we commence our conference, can I have a brief moment? I would like to mind a few guidelines for all of you, so we can join this without any disruptions. So first, please silence your mobile phone or change it into flight mode. Thank you very much. And finally, during the question and answer sessions, please introduce yourself first before you posing a question, so the speakers can address you more personally. And then the last one, give you all the time. If you have questions, then we still have time to ask the concern. And your cooperation is greatly appreciated. So now let's dive into the interesting seminars. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my honor to introduce and welcome all the speakers to go to the stage. Each speaker brings a unique perspective and wealth knowledge to our discussion. So let's welcome first, Dr. Humanitarian. You can sit over there. Yes, Marika Ultimario. Welcome to the stage. Speakers can set this order in sequence of my. Yeah. You want to sit there? Okay, no problem. I can see it. Next is the proposal of the next is the proposal. Welcome, sir. It's right. How are you? It's very nice to again because I see some podcasts. It's nice to work in the system. So sorry.
Berapa halaman, Bu?
Before you start, I'd like to remind you of the time. So each of you will have 15 minutes to present. If you present, I have someone following you over the time. Now you sit over there. Someone else, yeah. So while you're giving your speech, don't forget to see at the side. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the culture of the state is yours. Yeah, maybe I will tell them about the things that you have to do to things about learning thinking. At the same time, implement and transport logistic action. The urban state is yours.
Thank you very much. So, warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good morning. So, the Honorable Rector, Dr. Sorry, get the name, Dr. Yuliantini, Rector of ITL Trisakti, the esteemed guest speaker, and the rest of the participants. So first of all, I would like to thanks to the organizer and the organizing committee because giving me an opportunity to give some thought, insight, or sharing about my expertise for this 7 GROSTLog Conference 2023. Hopefully you can hear me clearly at the back. Yeah, good. Thank you. All right. So perhaps before slide, the first slide. The slide keeper. Okay, thank you. All right. So I give about 50 minutes. If more than that, please remind me. Thank you. Then the topic that I will try to deliver today is about the lean thinking, fostering efficiency improvement in transport and logistic operation. And because of I look at the what I call the name of the conference as well as the theme for today conference or this time conference, so I deciding to share about the lean improvement methodology to the participant perhaps. All right, okay. For the next slide. So a little bit about myself, as the Miss Chairman told that I'm from Unicel. Yes, I'm from Unicel. Yeah, because we have about 12 campuses. My campus at the south of Malaysia, at Johor, near to Singapore, actually near to the Prof. Robert. I'm from there, and my background particularly in the quality improvement things. So at our campus, actually the scope is about the industrial technology, and when we go to the scope or the focus, we have a few. One of them is about logistic, industrial logistic, and another thing area that we focus on is about the quality. So that's my area, and today I will like talk about that area of achieving the efficiency to the quality improvement. So next slide, please. When I look at the theme of conference, driving humanitarian logistics, I think this is very, very interesting and very important topic, not only in this conference, I think in the worldwide also. And I also see that there are few keywords there about enhancing efficiency and impact in the logistic business. So within this 50 minutes and looking at the keyword at the conference team, then I decided to share to you about that related to my speech, which is enhancing efficiency. And I think it's a good question when we talk about efficiency is how to achieve that. So we know that humanitarian logistics is very important. We know that we have to ensure that the process in time and so on. But the next question is how we want to achieve that. All right, okay. So next question, next slide. So let me start with one of the methodologies that actually like people myself a practitioner, we use what we call this improvement methodology to achieve what we call the efficiency in the process. So perhaps I want to share a little bit the background of this lean thinking. And perhaps if you know this thing, then you can ask a question on that. If not, then perhaps it's a new thing for you to learn from my sharing, inshallah. So the next slide, please. Okay. The thinker of the lean, when we want to understand, we can look at this analogy. So there are a few types of people when we start working or in any organization. So some people when look at the glass with empty half, what we call, allow recording, okay, the glass is half empty, same glass, they're a little bit worried because of they saw that the glass is already half empty and need half to full the cup or the glass. We call the person as a pessimist. The other person that looking at the same glass with the half of water, kind of people like optimists looks like they see that half of the glass, we just need another half of glass to full the glass. So these people we call as the end optimists. But for the lean thinker, when I look at the same glass, they question the purpose of the glass. Why the glass twice as big as it should be? Why not make a glass suitable for the amount of water? So everything that we want or have to do in our organization must have a purpose. That's the beginning of lean thinker that we plan or we suggest to have in any organization. All right, the next slide, please. Talking about the lean in and book wrote by many authors. Actually, when we talk about the lean, actually it starts from Japan. So we have a friend from Japan here. And the book from Japan, actually they're referring to where? To the Toyota production system. So Toyota is very famous. I think in Indonesia, more of the vehicle using the Toyota brand, and they are very, very efficient in terms of making the what we call the vehicle. So actually it started before than 1945, but the book wrote about Toyota product system in 1945. But eventually, the American tried to learn how they can build a car so fast and so efficient, and they learned the Toyota production system methodology and the concept and the philosophy, and they bring back the knowledge to their country, but they rebrand the knowledge, not looking at the Toyota, but looking at another philosophical, then they rebrand as a name as lean manufacturing. So it's about early 1990s from Japan, they cascade to, or they learn to other manufacturing in the US and rebrand as a lean thinking. But eventually, you can see that lean service industry already adopted and tried to learn how that lean can help to improve their process, especially on the efficiency. So you can see many books talk about lean logistic, lean supply chain, logistic management, and so on. But not only in the logistic industry, other than the logistic like IT, lean government, lean hospital, and lean finance. So the fundamental actually the same. The industry may different, but the fundamental of lean thinking actually can be used in any organization. So next slide, please. Okay, what is lean? Quite lengthy in terms of definition. So I highlighted in the few colors there. So actually it's in my expertise of doing improvement, we call lean as an improvement methodology. We have so many methodology. If you have before it about the Six Sigma, if you heard about the TRIS methodology, design thinking, and so on, that kind of methodology that exists in the world of academic and practitioner. So every methodology have their own what I call reason and uniqueness. But when talking about enhancing efficiency, I think the most related to that improvement methodology is lean. So it is a methodology that have what we call a concept, principle, a method, but most importantly, actually this methodology used to improve process efficiency by what? By eliminating or reducing the non-value activities or waste. So the lean thinking teach us when we go to our process, when we start working from the morning until going back, we have to understand what kind of waste exists in our process. So in typical life at house, for example, the definition of waste may be different. Our mother will scold us if we eat we incomplete, not finish our dish and so on. But remaining food we call as waste. Yes, it happened at house, but that's not kind of waste we are talking in organization. So perhaps the organization, the lean methodology introduce 8 types of waste. If you understand this 8 types of waste, when you go to your process, then you know that this is must be eliminated. We have to avoid this. We have to remove this. So the definition will help us to ensure that our process is more what we call efficient. So next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, thank you. So so the 3M that we use actually is I think if I please correct me. So so that's next step, please. Okay. So exists in organization. So we have to understand this effective cooperation is the biggest in the services. So transporting, we have this very much fun and other accessible processing. This is the thing is is we talk about difference or difference between our job and what is about, and yes, actually it's about everything. So one concept for our organization, it is exactly what it is that we talk about. Yeah. So one minute left. So, okay. So, the next slide, I will share about this thought. Now, actually, is the first thing that was our organization, because we are capacity. So, inshallah, so because now we are capacity because our trade is very efficient and courtesy and everything. So this slide, please. Okay. So next slide, please. Next slide, please. In logistics, this is so should the thing that you conduct must be at the right place, right quantity, right customer, right condition, right product, right time, and right cost. This is very common. All logisticians should understand and have in your mind. But in addition to this, you also need to understand that the thing in lean is that the thing you should be avoided. Because if not avoided, you will find that this is difficult to achieve. I'll give you an example. Next slide, please. Look at this. And then the possible, what we call is motion and transportation. So if you want what we call the transportation, you may transport the thing so many times and so on. And motion in lean thinking, most is right. So we have a manufacturing in our plant, and we have a supply chain around us, the molding part and so on, nearby to the what we call the factory. And they place the factory at the port, so that the idea is to remove the transportation waste. So the movement of goods is very quick. So that the idea is, and I think Elon Musk, the invest in China, he also think about the same thought. We call the mega factory. So everything is supply chain very nearby to that place. But of course, that is causing and require huge investment to do that. But the idea of lean thinking is like that. To remove or to avoid the transportation, we build a mega factory. Next example is, next slide. Right quantity. Yeah, right quantity. You have to deliver the right quantity to the customer based on the demand. But sometimes in manufacturing, especially, they produce more than the required demand. So what happened? Inventory increase, then the overproduction causing that more cost. So the thing still remain at the site or the factory until they move out, still a liability to the organization. So right quantity is very important. The type of waste that perhaps exists in the process is inventory and overproduction. The next slide, please. Right product, right condition. The closest what we call waste happen due to the effect to 7R is a defect. So perhaps you may not deliver the thing that customer requests based on the specification, or during the transportation, damage happen to the product and so on. Next slide, please. Time's up. Okay, one more minute, please. Okay, another example is a right customer and right time. The waste is about transportation and everything. The next slide. Right cost is overprocessing is a typical happen in any organization. The overprocessing, for example, is a multiple approval. You already set the requirement why you should have another multiple approval. That multiple approval actually is causing the what we call overprocessing and cost to the organization. And my last slide is about the next slide is the next action. Next. What you have to do actually is to eliminate the non-value added activities or that waste that I talk about how to say continuously, and you cannot stop one. You have to do continuously until it become more value added in our process. The next slide. Next. And you have a three option in the world of improvement when you talk about efficiency, especially in the industry. So either you do a Kaizen, continuous improvement, but sometimes the problem is more unique and more complex. You need a Kaizen list with a step how to improve that with a good team member. But but Kaizen and Kaizen list normally we still part with our current process. We not think out of the box because we only refer to our current practice to do an improvement. So the other option beside the Kaizen and Kaizen list is what we call the Kaikaku. I don't know if it's the right word in Japan or not, but I learned from my friend Kaikaku is actually a radical change out of the box. You are forgetting your current practice to do an improvement. You start from the scratch and think how to get the objective. So in the lean methodology, the other option to do improvement is like a Kaikaku. Beyond that, what we do, how to do that? Don't look at the current process, think the objective, map and create a new process to achieve what we call that efficient process. I think the next slide, end of my slide, I think. Yeah, thank you very much and happy conferencing to all. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad Amran. Yeah, it's very enlightening presentation and set foundation for this conference. Thank you so much. Okay, moving on. Our second speaker is Assistant Professor, a proposed framework for management of humanitarian logistic project. Please welcome Dr. Albert Tan.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Yeah, the last time I was here, I was representing the campus in Malaysia, Malaysia Institute of Supply Chain Innovation. And I was expected to speak in Bahasa, but I didn't. But today I'm working in Asia Institute of Management in Philippines. And I will not be able to speak Tagalog also. Because it's so difficult to learn a new language, you know. Yeah. But today, instead, I will be sharing with you what we did in our campus. We have a program called the Masters in Development Management. And all the students are dealing with humanitarian issues, healthcare, disaster. So I will share with you some of the findings. Yeah. So let's, for this one, we actually work with a professor from IIM in India, Professor Anam. And I also work with my previous student, Yogish, from the Help Logistics. And then we were trying to find out how do we plan our or manage our humanitarian logistics in general. So let me share with you more about the next slide. Thanks. Next slide, please. Yeah. So the process of planning, implementation, and control of efficient and effectiveness flow of goods and services in the humanitarian perspective, from the point of origin to the point of consumptions, to alleviate the suffering of the vulnerable people. I think that's the whole idea of humanitarian. How do we cut down the number of casualties as much as we can? And that's the whole focus of this humanitarian supply chain. Next. So there are, in general, we find that there are 4 phases in general, right? I wouldn't say that they are the de facto, but the first phase of humanitarian supply chain is to look at the mitigation, right? You know, what can we do as part of risk management, identify areas that we can mitigate the risk. And then the second stage is the preparation stage, where prepare the food, the medical supply and everything before the disaster strike. And then the third phase is the response, where we look at man in action, right? What do we do when things really happen? And then the last stage is the recovery. And one of the things that we also notice in the recovery is the trauma that people went through. We need to have counseling involved to get people back to where they are. So these are the 4 areas that we kind of identified in humanitarian projects. Next. So yes, please. Yeah. So the problem statement is, can you click the next one? Yeah. So the problem statements, I mean, you can see so many of the disaster, and now I'm staying in Philippines. Every 2 months, there will be a typhoon, volcano eruption, earthquake, everything you name is happening in Philippines, for the good or for the bad, you know? Yeah. So the Filipinos are very unfortunate in the sense that they have to go through all this kind of disaster every few months. Yeah. Next. Thanks. So we noticed that traditional project management, which make use of waterfall method, has been around. But we also noticed that people in the humanitarian start to use new project management techniques rather than the traditional waterfall. So these are some of the literature that we managed to find, but there are not much literature that really focus on every stage in the project management. What kind of method do they use? And that's really what we want to do. Okay, next, thanks. So the research question that we have among 3 of us is, can the existing project management approach be relevant for managing humanitarian supply chain? What is the current trend or reported in the existing literature? Whether do they use waterfall, or they are also moving to other type of project management? How should project management be carried out? Okay, so that is the core research question that we were trying to address in our research. Thanks. And unfortunately, when we went through the literature, we did not find much answer to the research question on that particular question that we are trying to address. And therefore, we find that it's a good time for us to look into what do most project managers do when they come to this kind of humanitarian projects. Next. So there's actually a gap. And the literature doesn't really show us a lot, right? And therefore, we hope that so what we did was to conduct a survey within our campus where we have 100 students that are involved in humanitarian or related projects to understand what kind of project management method they use in each of the phases. And this is the result from the students. Next. So we have 100 students, but out of 100, only 40 students respond to the survey. So let's share the finding from the survey. Next. So just to recap, so we are trying to find out two common approach. One is waterfall. In a waterfall approach, first we find out the requirement, and then we freeze the requirement before we do the planning and design, and like the software. And then after that, we start doing coding, assuming that the requirement is the same, and then we do testing and we implement. So this is a traditional waterfall method that we use in project management. Okay, next. Now we have a new method called the Agile method, and the Agile method is slightly different from the waterfall method. So let's look at what is more importantly, what does it cover? Next, please. So Agile methods, we don't have to freeze the requirement, but rather we will have some idea what we want to do, and we start to have bit and pieces of tasks that we can implement on a weekly basis or monthly basis, and we monitor that change because the requirements are dynamically changing, right? So that's why it's called Agile method. So this Agile method, example of Agile method that we can use are Scrum or even Kaizen that the previous speaker talking about, continuous improvement. So these are two common examples of Agile method, Scrum and Kaizen. Let me do a quick comparison of the two in terms of waterfall and Agile method. Requirement-wise, waterfall method, it has to be fixed and frozen, the requirement, whereas for Agile, it is highly dynamic. You don't need to freeze the requirement because it's changing every day. The schedule, again, is focused on timeline, milestones that you build. Here in Agile, we use time box by week, by month, what you need to do, right? Slightly different, okay? And costing-wise, the focus on cost for waterfall, but for Agile method is focusing on time, very specializing on customer requirement, okay? So there's a major difference between the two types of method. Next. So this is the survey that we came back from our students for humanitarian, and you can see that the focus are very different. Like the first one is strengthening of I think what was the one cover up? No, community engagement, and then the other one that is also important project focus is on emergency and disaster responsiveness. So these are the two main areas that they are working on for their projects, past projects. Next, please. And then here we ask them during the assessment of the disaster, what project method do I use more commonly? And most of them use a hybrid method. Hybrid means it's a combination of waterfall, Agile, and others. So it's not just one method, but a combination of a few, right? So that is for the assessment phase. Next. Then we look at what are the priorities during the assessment phase. And you can see from here, the most important priority is rapidly assess the situation that is happening at the ground, right? So that is the most important priority for them during the disaster, followed by the second one, identify key stakeholders and what is their role, right, in that case. Okay, so these are the two highly ranked priorities for them. Next, please. Then we look at the next phase, which is the planning phase. In the planning phase, again, most of the respondents also highlighted hybrid approach is becoming also another important thing. So they have a combinations of different project management techniques. Next, and then we look at among the action below, which are considered the priority in the planning. So again, the highest one is to define the clear objective, project objective, followed by the second one, which is to develop a detailed plan. And then the third one, which is to identify the role of each stakeholder, because sometimes during disaster, you do not know who is doing what. So it's very important at this stage of planning, we must be very clear who are the stakeholders and what is their role that they can play in the disaster recovery. Okay, next. Then we come to the implementation. Now, in the implementation, we see a big jump in the agile method. Most of the time, the rest of the phases was like 6. But here, in implementation, the agile method went up higher. So it does shows that during the implementation, execution, because every day, the situation changes, the number of casualty changes. So you can't be using waterfall for sure, right? So you have to be more dynamic. And that's where agile method become a better suitable tool that we can use. Next, please. And here you can see that what are the priorities during the implementation. If you look at the purple one, which is adapt and adjust strategy, because the things are changing every day, we need to be able to be more adaptive and able to change our strategy to react to the current situation. So that's why it become clearer now that with agile method and aligning our strategy, every time we get the status report, we make our changes, right? And some people, we use the word, they start to replan rather than just have one set of plan, but replan based on yesterday plan, because nothing is fixed during disaster. Agree? Yeah, thank you. Next. Then we have the last one, which is on monitoring and evaluation phase. Here again, hybrid is the way to manage both. It can be agile and also for waterfall. Next. Right. So there are many literatures related to some of them, but as I say, there's a gap, and not many people have gone into understanding that there's such a need to have different research method for different phase in the humanitarian. Okay. All right. I think that's all for my talk. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Albertan. It's a very comprehensive view that we can find out about the challenges and opportunities in humanitarian logistics. Okay, now let's move on to our next speaker. Let's welcome Miss Mariko Utsunomiya. Miss Mariko, yeah, give applause for Miss Mariko. Miss Mariko will talk about case of Great East Japan earthquake. Miss Mariko, time is yours.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much for the introduction. So, nama saya Mariko Utsunomiya dari Japan International Consultants for Transportation. Oh, thank you. Sedikit. Oh, thank you. Okay, yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. So, actually, I'm working as a consultant for Jakarta MRT. My technical background is passenger railway But to meet with the expectation today, I would like to introduce logistics issues happening in the Great Eastern Japan earthquake. And we have only 50 minutes. So today I will explain the overview and then logistics issue, and also introduce some of the research related with the logistics. And before we start, I'd like to express my appreciation to Indonesia and the world to support provided for the recovery. So this is the overview of the Great East Japan earthquake. It happened in 2:46 p.m., March 11, in the year of 2011. The main shock was recorded as magnitude 9. Three large earthquake of magnitude 7 hit the area of within 30 minutes after the main shock. And tsunami, or big wave caused by earthquakes, with the maximum height of 25 meters, hit 700 kilometers of Japan eastern coast. Around 20,000 people are killed. More than 3,000 are missing by the earthquake as of end 2011. And because the road network is important, I'd like to explain the road network. They are damaged too. So the red line is the highway and blue is the non-highway. And there are a lot of cross marks. And red and blue indicates the damaged part of the highway and non-highway road. You can see many cross marks, especially in the east coast of Japan in the map, and which means roads are damaged in the many points. So these are two pictures. Left is the Jonban Line highway with huge crack, and right is the Route 45, which is non-highway road at Rikuzen Takada City, and the road is covered with debris. And so the Ministry of Transportation put high priority to recover the route to the disaster area, which name is the teeth of the comb. So the first, they secured the north-south inland routes, Tohoku Expressway in blue in the middle, and then they cleared the east-west routes in the disaster area, which is in red. So on 12 March, one day after the earthquake, 11 routes are cleared. And on 15 March, 15 routes are cleared. And on the picture on the right, there is a, situation of the cleared route. So next, I would like to talk about the issues from the news. Media broadcast the news of shortage of relief supplies, shortage of gasoline, and other issue. And the website of NPR, nonprofit organization, says millions of survivors were spending the fourth night without water, food, or heat in the near freezing temperatures along Japan's devastated coast. So the left picture shows a family taking shelter at the gym, and the right picture showing the residents queuing for the supplies. And this is another news from the NPR, which said food and gas are still short in 17 March. And of course, nationwide efforts are made to deliver the relief supplies to the disaster areas. The government reported that they will make whatever efforts to send the supplies to the disaster area. And this table shows the item, which is already arrived on 15 March. And then on the right column, the item are under preparation. Other local governments, as well as private companies and citizens, are trying to help. Because we already have an experience in big earthquakes. So we draw upon such experience. For example, local governments ask citizens donation limited to specific items, such as water, cup noodles, to reduce burden to the disaster areas. So actually what's happening and what we have done better, there are many research projects held for this earthquake, but among them, I would like to introduce two studies carried out after the earthquake. So the first research is about relief supplies. There are two researches or continuous researches, but I will explain the latest one. In the first research held in 2012, the member collected the data from 3 data sources: newspaper articles, hearing survey to more than 50 local municipalities, and the records of emergency relief supplies at the local municipalities. Specifically, the hearing survey revealed that so many logistics issues are found out. For example, excessive workload, and also the mixed loading took time to sort out, incapable to answer with changing demand of the refugees. And we learned a lot. However, those are opinions of the interviewees, and to make it general, quantitative survey is carried out. So the objective is to understand the flow of the relief supply based on the records. And specifically, they understand that matching the needs of disaster area and the providers are important, and wanted to propose prototype of the matching system. So methodologies are to collect the data and make database, and the figure explain the delivery records of emergency supplies from the providers and the disasters areas. So there are so many ways, but this time receive of local municipalities and deliver data from the prefecture, and procurement records from the central government is analyzed. Target prefecture is mainly Iwate and Miyagi, and the item are rice for microwave, bread, rice ball, clothes, and blanket. And these are a part of the result and assumption made by the researchers. In Miyagi Prefecture, there are larger difference in sufficiency level among municipalities compared to that of Iwate. Specifically, for bread and rice balls, clothes and blankets are higher. And specifically in Miyagi, Ishinomaki City has a large sufficiency level. It is assumed that accessibility of the area, as well as appearance of the area to the media, resulted in such differences. And next is the shortage of oil supplies. Shortage of oil supplies are also broadcasted widely. The left picture shows the cars lining up for the gasoline station. In the end, there is a sign, service finished due to out of stock. The right picture shows the oil refineries stopping operation due to the earthquake and its recovery plan. And there are also plans to send the oil to the disaster area from sea or land transportation. However, it is said that the oil shortage lasts up to a month. So what's actually happening? So another research tries to find the root cause of insufficient oil supplies by analyzing the actual amount of oil products transported during the first months. They also made a model for the analysis of the situation. The analysis resulted that shortage of the gasoline is mainly due to insufficient supplies to the area. And it says that the amount of petroleum products supplied during the first 2 weeks was only 1/3 of the normal demand, causing the backlog demand, which took 4 weeks to be cleared. However, there are lost demand equivalent to 7 days of normal demand, and it should be noted that the car is major transportation method in this area for all economic activities, and losing 7 days activities is a big economic loss. Suggestion from this research is preparation of initial response system to guarantee petroleum products to prevent the lost demand, and carry out integrated analysis of post-disaster logistics strategies, and facility reinforcement plans, as well as government subsidy schemes for oil companies' operation. So finally, I'd like to explain a little bit about the railway effect on the railway and recovery. So these are the picture to damage of the railway. And as a summary, a line washed out or damages is 7 lines, 400 kilometers. And regarding the railway, the network recovery was carried out, and Shinkansen operation or high-speed rail operation resumed by 49 days after the earthquake. And most of the conventional lines, except heavily damaged 7 sections, have resumed operation soon. And this slide shows the consequences. So even though the railway facilities are severely damaged by the earthquake, fortunately, there are no fatalities nor injuries among the customers using railways. So about Shinkansen, seismic reinforcement and early earthquake detection system prevented the rolling stock from derailment. For the conventional lines, station staffs and train crews successfully led our customers to the evacuation area before the tsunami hit. And maybe this is one of the reasons. So as aforementioned, we experienced many large-scale earthquakes in the past. So this table shows the major earthquake experienced in the past. It is said that 20% of world large-scale earthquake occurs in Japan. And the table shows such earthquakes within 30 years. And every year, earthquake countermeasures are developed and implemented. So as of now, what we can say at this moment is what we should respect for the past, which has provided us with these measurements. And it is one of our mission to pass the knowledge to the future. So that's all from me. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mariko. We are sorry for the earthquakes, loss, and victims, but we are glad that Japan has great technology and the humanitarian logistics works very well. So thank you very much. Now, our next speaker will talk about humanitarian logistics solutions. Let's call Dr. Adisak Suvitawat. Give applause to Dr. Adisak.
Somebody can hear me? It doesn't show in the monitor. Somebody help me to show in the monitor. Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I think you still arrive since it looked like a serious conference, but actually I think this is the funny conference. You don't serious about that one. And before I starting my presentation, I would like to invite only 10 students from this university to join my university global entrepreneurship camp. If you are interested, maybe you can contact Dr. Sim. Yeah, he is the guy to connect to our university. I would like to encourage you to join that one because this camp will be the initiative of the entrepreneurial mindset for the student. Since we are the student in logistics and transportation, the final objective of us is the business operation. Therefore, if you have a chance to change your mind, change your mindset for the business operation or create your own business, it will be good in the future. Okay. And today I will talk about the humanitarian logistics solution for excellent service. This is the conceptual framework. Conceptual framework is mean I literature, many research. Then I give to the conceptual framework for our discussion. Yes, I am from the Suranali University. If you imagine Bangkok, I on the right-hand side of Bangkok, about 3-hour drivings. And generally, when we talk about the humanitarian, it will come from the disaster, right? Disaster. When the disaster come, many people need help. We call humanitarians. And basically, the standard supply chain management that you learn in your class, it totally different from the humanitarian supply chain management, because the first one is the demand, right? In our supply chain management that you learned it from your class, they have many demand, right? Many demand, right? Many supplier, right? But for the humanitarian, only one demand, but we need a lot of supplier, such as medicine, food, water, or even shelter, right? Therefore, it's totally different between traditional supply chain management and humanitarian supply chain management. And the most important thing is the time, very important, because the victims, right? They need help, they need food, they need water, they need everything. But if we could not supply it on time, they will get the problem. Therefore, key points of the traditional supply chain management and humanitarian supply chain management. And this slide, I just would like to give you the idea. The picture on the left-hand side, on my right-hand side is the supply chain management. You can see that the demand a lot, right? We need the raw material, many raw material. But for the far left picture, is only one demand, but they need a lot of supply. This is the humanitarian supply chain management. We try to looking for many supplier for only one demand. Who is the demand? Who need the demand? The victim, right? The victim, they need the demand. Therefore, we need to looking for many supplier for them. And based on the range and agility of humanitarian supply chain management, right? I don't want to go to the agility. Agility is mean we can adapt ourselves to the situation. Many you learned a lot in the class already. But I just would like to concentrate on 3 points during the humanitarian supply chain management. The first activity we call the mitigation. You need to move the victim from the damaged area to another area. We call mitigation. The second one is the preparedness. And the third one is the response. Finally, the recovery. After the disaster disappear, how you can recover the situation, very important. And the good supply chain management need to contribute at least 80% of the humanitarian activity success. You can see the number that 80%, and you can imagine that only one demand, but we need a lot of supplier and work together on the 80% success. Maybe some of you said that, oh, 80% I will get A, right, in the class. Even the 80% in the class, I cannot do it. Right? It's quite common for the student. Therefore, 80% the number is so high, but we need to achieve. And another thing that the mitigation and preparedness need to focus on the long term. We cannot move them to the some area and they get another problem. Look like the flooding, right? The flooding, when the water coming, we need to move them to the higher area. We cannot move to one area and then move to another area. It's not common. Therefore, we need to prepare for the long term. And the warehouse, the procurement, the insurance, we need to manage as well, right? Sometimes when the flooding coming, your warehouse in the lower area, finally it was flooded again. Therefore, you need to move the highland or the higher place. And the preparedness state often encounter the serious problem, particularly on the localizing logistic, right? It means when the problem coming, we cannot find the local logistic easily. Look like the flooding situation that I show you the example. Sometimes the roads was cut it, right? If we can transport only on the road or on the truck, it's very difficult for us. Or sometimes the train cannot carry the goods. It also have the problem as well, right? And the inventory management, yes, very important. We cannot imagine that when the problem coming, then we will prepare the inventory. Cannot. We need to prepare the inventory in advance, right? But the problem is the budget, right? We need to pay the money in advance. And the problem is the budget. How can we find the budget to buy the inventory? Not only the medicine, maybe the food, the water, or anything else. And another thing is the distribution. We have the inventory, but the area of the damage, we cannot access to that area. This is the distribution as well. Therefore, some country, they are using the drone, right? The drone without the diver to find and drop the food or drop the water to the victim. This is the distribution. And another thing is the decision making. Decision making during the crisis area, very important, right? Many government, they try to make the decision during the crisis area, but sometimes it's quite late for the victim. Therefore, the decision making during the humanitarian logistic is also the key point. And another thing is the response and recovery. Now you can imagine the mitigation, right? The preparedness, and finally you need to respond and make it recover again after the problem or the disaster disappear is very important. Therefore, the post-disaster recovery is very important because the clearance, many contamination there, many problem there, you need to clear it out. Where you can destroy the waste, sometimes it's contaminated with the chemical, sometimes it contaminated with the toxic chemical. It's very difficult. Therefore, for the humanitarian logistic, we need to thinking about that one as well. And the green logistic provide the maximum certification to the customer or the disaster victim. Therefore, the green system that you heard before and you now studying it, it is the point for the humanitarian logistic recovery. In this slide, I just would like to show you that on the supply chain ability, we can separate in two parts. The first part we call knowledge management capability. Yes, we need to have the knowledge to manage the situation. And another thing is the disruption mitigation performance. We need to evaluate before the damage happen. And after that, we need to post evaluation or recovery it again. They need the supply chain ability to do that one. This is good for you that you are studying on the transportation and logistic management. That will help the victim on the disaster very more. And the relationship between the actor that you heard from the presenter before that, the actor in the humanitarian logistic, we can separate in the government, the organization, and the victim. The collaboration within T group, oh, sorry, maybe something happened. Okay, maybe they try to wake you up. Okay. Okay. Maybe some of you think why I use my own computer, because my age already 50 something. my eye could not see the monitor in the back. Okay. Why it doesn't come? Iqbal, Professor Iqbal, can you help me? I really love our Tisanti transportation and logistics. It look like my home. I think every time when I come here. Yeah. If you come back to the GROSTLog history, you can see my picture starting from the first GROSTLog conference until now. Yeah. Okay, I keep talking. Yeah, Dr. Sim, yes. Okay, thank you, Dr. Sim. We can imagine now, we can use our imagination for the humanitarian logistic management. Okay, the essential for characteristic of the supply chain management, the agility that I said, right? The first one. The second one is adaptability, how we can adapt to the situation. And the last one is the alignment. Since when we help the victim, we need to have the alignment as well, right? Many regulation, okay, is coming. Many regulation we need to align, particularly on the medical, right? On the medical, we need to align on the regulation. And agility is the supply chain ability to respond to the uncertainty demand, right? It's been agility. Also, we know that we can adapt ourselves. When the uncertainty coming, we can adapt ourselves to the uncertainty demand. Okay, I will go to the last slide for my presentation. Since the time is running out, this is the conceptual framework for our humanitarian logistics supply chain management. The first one, we need to know that this is the uncertainty demand, right? Look like I told you, we have one demand, but many suppliers, the distribution delay. And the last one is somebody maybe don't think about that one. This is the cost. The cost of operation is really high. And the unpredict situation, less preparedness, the vehicle routing, right? Look like I said, when the flooding coming, the road was destroyed. Then how the truck running to carry the food or the water to the victims, the inventory and the facility location. And for the solution, maybe you use the lean system, you using the IT system, you developing the model for yourself and you determine the mitigation. And finally, very important is you manage your inventory. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Give applause to Dr. Adisak. We believe that your conceptual framework contributes significantly to multi-dimension exploration of humanitarian logistics. Thank you once again. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are in our midway of the conference. So we will give some time for the participants to relax by having quiz. The quiz will be led by our Robert. Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Souza. I think I saw the faces, the worry faces. So I think I want to give break earlier, but my mistake. It should be your turn first. So, all right then. So let's give applause for Professor Robert de Souza, who will deliver winning locations in humanitarian logistics.
Thank you. I'm a little bit older than you, so I think I should be able to see that. Okay, good morning, people. Good morning. Oh, we can't hear you. Are you still there, right? Okay, so Rector, Vice Rectors, distinguished lecturers, speakers, thank you for inviting me this morning. This is a very important area for anybody. It's more important for Indonesia. And I want to share with you a very basic example of how we are applying what we do in academia and research to solving real world problems. And I want to walk you through this now. In the interest of time, I'm going to walk you through it very quickly. But if you want to read it, it's available to you, and I will refer you to, the slides that you can actually download, as well as the books that you can access. Now, all the speakers before me, and I'm sure after me, will talk about this area in greater detail. So I'm not going to mention what this area is or define the area again for you. Right. So I'm waiting for my slides. So I'm ad-libbing as we go through, but I'm very happy to talk with you as we go through so I can speed up the slides. But
Slide-nya, Mas. Mas Ari, slide-nya tolong ditampilkan.
no problem. Here we go. Okay, now I love the logo. So thank you very much, Dr. Sim, for explaining how you got to the 7th logo. This is my first time at this conference, and I can see it's a very important conference. I look to you inviting me again next year. Thank you. So with that, I want to talk with you about a very long titled area. One of the most important areas that we have to engage in any logistics problem is, where do we locate a facility to serve those who are impacted? Now, in a commercial scenario, this is very, very easy to do. We call this area greenfield analysis. But it's very easy to do in a commercial area, in a commercial domain, because we know where the demand is coming from. But in a humanitarian logistics, we don't wish it on anybody, but we don't know where the disaster is going to strike next. We don't know the magnitude of the impact of the disaster either. So this is something that we as countries all over the world have to plan. And we learned this lesson very much so during the last 3 to 3.5 years of the pandemic. What should I stockpile? Where should I stockpile? And how should I do it very effectively? Okay, so I'm going to show you very rapidly what we have done. Next slide, please. Now, I can walk you through this, but this was done, and I was hoping one good friend from BNPB, so Dr. Lilik, would explain this to you in more detail. He shared these slides with me. I'm going to share it with you. But the problem is very, very much defined for a country like Indonesia, where you have 17,000 islands. And you have to have multimodal facilities as well as serve impacted communities in a very rapid time, compared to Singapore, which is actually not one island, but a few islands, but where we only have one form of transport to serve the community. So the complexity is very different. When you take it in other countries in the world, the complexity is also different. So it's not a means of taking one solution and applying it anywhere else. Next slide, please. Now, I did an interview with Dr. Lilik, and he actually shared these points, which you can read. Indonesia is a big country. It's complex. If we get this right, we can save lives. If we get it wrong, we'll get the blame. Okay, so he shared this with me, and he did this in an interview, and this interview is available online for you to have a look. Now, you also will have these slides. So next slide, please. This is Indonesia. We were asked in 2014, where should we have the stockpile? What can we do as academics to enhance this location problem? Now, this is a location problem that the communities in the business world have solved multiple times. But when you have to know the complexity and where the disasters and the type of disasters, this is not easy to solve. Next slide, please. Everything I'm going to show you is available online and on our website in 3 documents, and there will be many more documents. So next slide, please. What we had to do was to take the scenario that's happening in real life, and we had to put it in a computer model. So if you can hit the slide, you can just press the button, you can see what it's doing. Now, so can you hit the button, please, on the slide? I wish I had control over the slides, but what we're doing is that when we go from the left to the right, we have a real problem. We want a real solution. It is not possible to play with the real world as much as we'd like to. So we have to take the real world into a computer model representation, which is going up the screen. We have to model it, make assumptions, and we have to then implement those assumptions as reality. And that's what you're seeing on the bottom of the screen. Next slide, please. Now, one of the things that we know when we do any kind of analysis is that when we want to find the best location, we can actually find the best location. But actually, the best location is the worst location. Why is it the worst location in humanitarian logistics? Because the best location is actually in the disaster area, and it might be impacted by the disaster itself. So therefore, we have to have multi-criteria that takes the decision away from the best decision and says, what are the alternative decisions that we need to consider? So this is what this slide is showing you. Next slide, please. So when we look at it, we knew that there are clusters of response that we could do. So you could see on the top, we could see Sumatra, Java, Bali, Kalimantan, Maluku, so on and so forth. And within those, we can choose the best location. And if you look at the best location on the first one, you'll get 1.0. And the second best location is 77% best of the first location. So you have to have alternative locations. This is not an easy problem to solve mathematically. Next slide, please. Okay, so as you can see here, we did the computer modeling, we did the computer simulation, and we built up all the kinds of factors that would impact the decision. So if you look on that far right side of the screen, that's too small for you to see, and definitely too small for me to read, is actually C1 to C7. Okay, C1 to C7 are factors that you have to consider multi-criteria if you want to make a reasonable decision. So they go everything from what is the area that we can serve all the way down to looking at national infrastructure to get there. But bear in mind, in a humanitarian logistics scenario, infrastructure might be destroyed too. And therefore, you have to optimize with that in mind as a factor too. And that's not easy. So we have to use satellite imagery in this analysis as we go along. Next slide, please. So again, for those of you who couldn't see the first slide, expanding it on the second slide, and we have to rank those criteria. So the C1 to C7, if you like, are now ranked. And if you look at it, C8 is the National Development Plan that I had the privilege of being informed by the ministry. Yeah. So here we have written this up multiple times academically, and it's been very well received. Next slide, please. So we know, and just keep hitting the slide, that there is a greenfield analysis that's available in every kind of simulation tool or modeling tool that you can get hold of. So the idea of greenfield analysis is basically, where should I locate my warehouse and how many warehouses should I have? This is greenfield analysis. It's very simple analysis that we can apply. Thank you. Next slide, please. This has been used, and this is your result in Indonesia from BNPB, not from us, from BNPB doing this analysis themselves. And I borrowed the slide from them, and you can see the locations and what they're used for. Next slide, please. Now, I'm talking very fast because I want to go through it academically with you. We have a number of different types of modeling. I only talk to you about greenfield analysis. We have applied all forms of modeling to actually solve this problem. It is not an easy problem to solve. It is an easy methodology to apply. but it is not an easy problem to solve. So we have developed tools, and I'll show you very rapidly, tools to visualize the problem, and all the way going up to help you use AI or generative AI to actually address the issue. So please, next slide, please. Now, what is the traditional approaches? The traditional approaches that you can see here is go from greenfield optimization to network optimization to simulation. What is the problem? The problem when we started this work, and the problem as we continue this work for the last 15 years, is data. We don't talk about data. None of us have actually mentioned the data. Is the data available? And if the data is available, has it been collected in a way that can be used? The answer is simply no. We have found out that every disaster is treated like a new disaster. We have to have technologies that we can use to capture the information and use that information such that we can anticipate the requirements of the next. And this would mean that we have achieved the efficiency and the response that we require. And that's when we start using AI and machine learning. Next slide, please. Now, just hit the buttons here for me and just keep going to the next slide. Next slide. Now, we work in Singapore. We have the privilege of working with many multinationals. We bring the best technology to use. This technology has just been incorporated 2 weeks ago, where we actually now can not only optimize for greenfield analysis in terms of location, but we can actually now look at how long that location is viable. Therefore, we can do location risk analysis. Next slide, please. So we can now accommodate all the different types of disasters that you see on the bottom right, and we can optimize, as you see on the top right of the screen, you can optimize this. So say, does that location still hold? Because that location has a lifespan. If it doesn't hold, it should not be in existence. So it has a dynamic lifespan. We can also build a digital twin of all those locations such that we can control centrally what the response should be. Next slide, please. Now, I talked to you about the methodology going from visualization all the way up to AI. Why can't we use AI? Data. What can we do with AI? A lot. Because if you look at it, we can collect information as the disaster unfolds, and we can adjust the requirements and the response accordingly. Next slide, please. So just keep hitting the button to the next slide. So you can see we built the simulation that can actually give us the data analytics, which now gives us the ability to have a control tower. That control tower is not something new. It's something in existence. What we are doing is collecting the information, processing the facts, and converting it into intelligence to be used such that when the next disaster occurs, we have the ability to respond faster and save more lives. Next slide, please. Now, I want to show you a generative AI application because I talked to you about location. But now if I really want, if you can hit the button on this video, please. As I talk, you can actually see this video, and I'll be elaborating a little bit about it today in the afternoon for anybody who's interested. But this is actually a video of we can question and put intelligence into that analysis. You can't actually read the screen as well as I can standing here, but I can choose the different forms of analysis that I want. And I take away that mathematical bias from the user so that the user no longer has to be technically trained, but can have a conversation with the system. And from that conversation, get the responses and interpret the actions that are required. Okay, so as this runs, you can actually see that we can question this data using AI tools. Yeah. Now, you will see this going on, and I don't really have the time to go through all of this, but I will elaborate on all of this afternoon. Next slide, please. Now, it's good to build all these models. We have to educate the user into using these modules, because if the models are too complex, nobody will use them. They'll stay in academia. So a large part of my activity is training and making sure that these tools are used. So we talk to BNPB again, and this is the way that we validate the solution. We bring them into a room, the users, and we actually show them the models and how simple it can be to make their decisions faster. Because if they use it, technology will go from the commercial space into the humanitarian space, and we'll all be better off. This is my last slide. Next slide, please. I think it's just a thank you slide. If you need the material, oops, it's gone. If you need the material, go to the website, download it. It's available to you. And I just wanted to share with you an important area. I'm so glad it's on the topic for discussion. We are contributing to it from academia. We are contributing to it from industry. We are contributing to it from government. The dialogues that we have will make this world a better place. Thank you. And I want to live in that better place.
Thank you very much, Prof. Souza. We know that we cannot predict when and where the disaster happen. Hopefully, the greenfield analysis can be a real solution. So, is it break time now? Okay. Now, as I spilled before, we're going to have a break. So let's give the chance for Master of Ceremony to lead the quiz. Mr. Agil Saputra, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rani. Okay, so all speakers, let me take the sessions a little bit. Okay, so we'll give a quizzes to everyone here because as you mentioned, as you may see that the faces is so like stiff at this moment because they are really nervous for the presentations, but we will give a quiz and there are so many prizes will be given to you. In total, there are 10 prizes from our sponsors, which is from the Shortcut Shop and also from Itlah. Udah tahu kan sponsor? Tahu. Hafal? Itlah pasti sering makan dong? Sering. Oke, kita pertanyaan teman-teman. Oke. Jadi, these questions will be here for every one of you. So the first questions, after I said the first questions, you need to raise your hand and our committee will see you. Who's the first that raising their hands and we'll ask the answers, okay? The committee is ready to give the mic? Committee ready to give the mic? Okay? Okay, so the first question, teman-teman, pertanyaan pertama dengar dalam bahasa Inggris pertanyaannya. Nanti saya translate setelah ini. What is the acronym of GROSTLog? Yuk, boleh berdiri. Boleh kasih mic dong? Wah, kayaknya saya harus langsung ke belakang sendiri deh. Karena cewek jadi pemain gak bisa samperin deh. Okay, what is the acronym of GROSTLog?
GROSTLog stands for Global Research in Sustainable Transportation and Logistics.
Oke. Oke, pertanyaan lagi. There's 2 main questions for you guys. So the second question is how many times GROSTLog has been held on the world? Okay.
7 times.
Yang kedua, selamat. Oke, komunikasi. Ini udah kayak semi ulang juga ya teman-teman ya. Jadi cuma tutupan ya, oke? So, ini, oke. The third one, mention at least 3 countries our speakers from. Ini. Okay. So, you need to mention the countries ada 3 at least. Ya, kalau sebutin semua juga nggak masalah banget.
in today's conference, we have a keynote speaker from more than 3 countries, but at least 3. The first one is from Malaysia, the second one from Philippines, and the third is from Japan.
Dikasih perhatian dari tadi ya. Oke, langsung dikasih. Masih banyak nih ya. Saya masih ada 7 lagi teman-teman. What is the topic of today's GROSTLog? Oke. Ini kalau ada tetap mengerti salah. Oke, yuk.
The topic is driving humanitarian logistics, enhancing efficiency and impact in the logistic business.
Oke, ini yang kelima nih, kelima. Gue ngeliat muka-mukanya udah antusias semua mau makan itu hari ini ya. Oke, what is the main topic of presentations from Miss Medical semuanya? Hai, hai, yang ingat yang oke.
So for Miss Mariko, explain about the study case and the earthquake in the Japan.
Oke, benar ya. Ini instrumen earthquake berarti kasih ini hari ini. Oke, Mas 5 lagi sekarang ya. Sekarang ya. Oke. Next, yang ke-6. GROSTLog. Koresponder kita dari mana?
Our co-host today is from University of Kuala Lumpur.
Thank you. Dikasih lagi, masih ada 4 lagi teman-teman. Ini agak kompleks sedikit ya. Kita kasih yang lebih ribet dikit. Oke. Dari penjelasan dari Dr. Amran deh. What is 3M stands for? Nah, ini lebih kompleks nih. Jangan salah, jangan salah.
The 3M stands for murah muri muda. Murah muri muda.
Oke, masih ada berapa lagi sih Kak? Masih ada berapa lagi? 2 lagi ya. Oke. Gue nyari pertanyaan susah banget hari ini ya. 7, 8, 9, 10. Oke. From which institutions Profesor Robert de Souza? Ayo. Oke. Angkat tangan aja dong, baru searching habis itu teman-teman.
And US Singapore.
Is it true, Prof. Robert? Oh, it's true. Thank you for confirmations. Thank you. Oke, benar. Silakan kakak-kakak yang terakhir nggak? Satu terakhir lagi. One more ya, one left. Oke. Yang terakhir nih teman-teman. Yang terakhir kita nggak ada pertanyaan. We don't have any further questions. But perhaps we have the courage to explain, not to explain lah. Share about the comments about this event today. Ada yang berani nggak ngomongin tentang eventnya hari ini gimana sih, bagus atau enggak? Kira-kira apa sih feedbacknya teman-teman? Ada yang berani nggak? Oke, betul. Ini kita suka makan itlah pasti. Tawa lagi. Yuk.
Hi, my name is Abigail Tania. My comments for this event is actually a good event, is to expand our knowledge, our knowing about other countries, about the logistic in a worldwide concept. I think that's all. Thank you.
Oke, thank you. Namanya siapa tadi? Abigail. Kirain tadi ujungnya mau kasih pantun, enggak ya? Oh enggak, oke. Oke teman-teman, itu adalah 10 pertanyaan tadi yang udah kita kasih. Thank you for sponsor hari ini yang kasih kita adalah dari Shortcut Motion dan juga dari Itulah teman-teman ya, nanti udah dikasih semua vouchernya ke teman-teman semua yang udah menang hari ini. Dan teman-teman masih ada lagi voucher-voucher yang akan kita bagikan untuk penanya terbaik. Oke, nanti kan di akhir sesi Miss Reni akan memberikan kesempatan buat teman-teman untuk bertanya langsung ke speaker-speaker kita yang ada di depan. Jadi untuk 5 pertanyaan terbaik akan mendapatkan voucher tambahan lagi. Oke teman-teman? Oke, without any further ado, Dr. Reni, your time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. So, those who have Itlah voucher, don't forget to traktir me ya. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, let's continue with our next speaker. I believe that most of you knows this one. Okay, let's welcome Dr. Nofrisel, who will talk about driving humanitarian logistics. Okay, give applause.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah. The Honorable Rector ITL Trisakti, Ibu Dr. Yuliantini, and all of our lecturer, students, and also participants today. First of all, I think I will give the appreciation to the committee of the GROSTLog today, because I think this topic is the one of the strategic issues in logistics. It seems I think it seems already explained everything about the logistic humanitarian. I mean supply chain logistic in Indonesia, especially in humanitarian. Bapak, we have already learned from the humanitarian and disasters since tsunami in 2004 in Aceh. I think this is the big experience for us, how to manage the disaster and logistic today. But this is the academic forum, so I want to share a little bit the framework of humanitarian logistics and its implication for the business, and related with the experience our managing humanitarian logistics in Indonesia. Next please.
Slide-nya.
Any problem?
Udah, Pak.
Okay. Yes. Maybe go through to next slide. Yes, because we have a limited time. Next slide. And next slide. Yes. The first, I think I want to remind us that Indonesia is the huge countries. We have so many economy of scale in logistics, and also challenges, including the humanitarian or disaster factors in Indonesia. So this not easy to us to manage our disaster management in logistics. Next slide, please. And I try to explain that according to the economic utilities in economics, we have 4 economic utilities that 2 of both is related with the supply chain and logistics. That is the place utility and time utility. I mean, I want to share that the time and place utility is the big concern of our logistic management, include the humanitarian logistic. Next, please. And also, like the speakers before mentioned before, we are talking about the supply chain process. In best practice, we have to manage how to produce goods and also how to move the goods from the origin to destination. That is our concern in supply chain, include also in humanitarian process. Next slide. And today, as we know, we also concerned about the sustainability. This consists of the environmental, social, and also economics. It is this the one of trend in global that we have to concern, and we have to prepare as one of public and global issues that we have to avoid, and we also make its standard related with the supply chain sustainability. Next slide. And it's also related with the green thinking that, you know, in the green thinking, that consists of the green procurement, maybe also green manufacturing, green distribution, and there are related, and then give the implication to how to choose the mode of transportation and warehouse management, and also value-added logistic that we have to improve in our services. Next. I think we compare. We have also is the comparison with the business logistic and also humanitarian logistic. There's so many aspects that we have compare with two aspects, and this makes difference how to manage the humanitarian specifically to improve our manage the disaster better. Next slide. And I think this next slide, I think I want to just give the understanding that when we get the disaster, I think sometimes we have also get the benefits from the situation. Yeah. Next. Okay, I'll go through to next understanding about the humanitarian and supply chain. Mr. Bob and also other speakers have mentioned that humanitarian supply chain elements consist of the planning, sourcing, logistic, and also another function that manage efficiency and effectively in process. So we have to maintain it, and I think it is the one of clue in the managing logistic disaster. I mean humanitarian logistic. Next, please. Maybe go through to slide number 16. Next, please. Yes. Maybe we know that one of strategic issues in supply chain management is how to manage uncertainty. Because when you send the goods, something through the logistic service providers, and we can start to manage uncertainty in logistic. So I think in humanitarian logistics is also like that. Even Professor Bob said that we cannot predict we can. It is unpredictable size, unpredictable load, unpredictable victim, and so on. So I think we have anticipate the unpredictable and also uncertainty management in managing humanitarian logistics. I think I can also based on our experience collaborate with the BNPB and another institution in our country, and maybe Pak Atong also understand about this. I want to share that there is no not easy to collaborate with another institution in Indonesia today. So sometimes we have to get special effort to manage to coordinate, and sometimes we can rework and re-meeting and something like that to manage better. And so far, I think these are our strategic issues in managing humanitarian logistics in Indonesia. Next, please. So I think logistic process is also one of our strategic issues, because sometimes in practice managing humanitarians, so we cannot find the normal transportation and something like that. So sometimes we can find the schools become warehouse, and most become a warehouse incidentally. It is so we have to manage to anticipate something like that. Next. So I mean, please go to slide 21. Yes. I think when we learn from the so many disaster in Indonesia, the health policy and also coordination is the strategic issues. So we have to develop our coordination and our collaboration with the so many parties in managing humanitarian logistics in Indonesia. So I think this is our big and also big challenges to manage our logistic issues in humanitarian. And next slide. Go to slide number 24. I think supply chain mechanism in humanitarian is the one of critical framework that we can implement to manage our humanitarian logistic or disaster management. So from the origin to destination, from the supplier to the customers, is the flow of how to manage the goods and services to get the efficiency in managing humanitarian logistics. Next. Slide 26. I think the technology is one key factors that we have to prepare more. Professor Bob have highlight about the implementation of robotic and artificial intelligence and something like that. I think I try to give the examples about the reflection of a new technology in the future technologies like the electronic ships and also wind power vessel that's challenging for implementing of technology today. I think I conclude my presentation to slide 29, please. The final touch, I think we need to learn how to think the how decide within a supply chain under the perspective of multi-level interconnected system. So we have to coordinate with the so many partners and so many parties to manage our logistic and supply chain humanitarian. And then it's not easy to transform humanitarian-based thinking into commercial business perspective. I think it's not easy. So we have to try to manage and try to improve, try to learn about the implementation of humanitarian or supply chain concept in disaster management. So I think Indonesia is one of the disaster-prone countries. Therefore, attention to humanitarian supply chain sustainability must continue to be increased, I think. That's all my presentation. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Prof. Dr. Nofrizal. Managing humanitarian logistics is not easy. You need many factors to handle the disaster. Okay, before I continue, I would like to mention two things. First, remember at the beginning, I asked you to kindly silence your mobile phone. Now I want to add something. Please kindly silence your voice, because during the presenters, please listen carefully and attentionfully. Thank you. And the second one, we would like to give appreciation for our sponsor. For those whose name I mentioned, if you are here, please stand up. The first is Bapak Agus Setiawan, the director of Wahana Multilogistik. This is our sponsor. Thank you, Pak. And then the second one is Bapak Insinyur Sumino Eko Saputro. Yeah, I will come to your restaurant and eat. All right, the next one, we would like to say thank you to Bapak Fajar Adityo Okroriviano. Okay, thank you, sir. Pak Fajar is the Vice President of Citylink. Yeah, Pak, is it correct? Okay, thank you. Next, we would like to say our appreciation to Bapak Yosianis Marciano. I think Pak Yosianis join us virtually, yeah. Thank you very much. And the last one, Bapak Abdullah Ade Suryo Buwono from LPTL Trisakti for the sponsor. All right, so still have the spirit to continue, right? Yeah, you can enjoy your snack while listening to the speakers. Okay, now let's move on with our next speaker, Associate Professor Nur Aida Abdurrahman. Please come to the stage. Professor Nur Aida will talk about help from sky. The chair is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The Honorable top management members of ITL Trisakti, distinguished speakers, professors, lecturers, students, and all participants to this conference. Assalamualaikum and very good morning. My name is Nur Aida. I'm from University Kuala Lumpur, National Institute of Aviation Technology. First, it is my great pleasure to be here this morning. Yesterday, we gathered also in this room, but it is for another activities. It's about a doctoral workshop, but today we gather for the conference. Many thanks. I really appreciate to be invited as one of the speakers at this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start my presentations with these short videos. No worries, it's just 2 minutes, okay? Can someone press the video link? Just click on the title of the presentation.
Videonya?
Yeah, just click on the title. Just click. Because
aja
I will
help-nya,
link it.
klik.
Yeah.
Diklik tulisan help from-nya. Ya, situ. Help from sky-nya diklik aja, Mas.
Yeah.
Ya,
Click. Just click.
Oke, klik. Dilepas, Mas.
Yeah, click and lepas. Or maybe you need to click twice. You just open it from the folder that I share because it's already linked there. There is a video that is linked to that slide.
Ada di folder lain Mas, kayaknya udah di-share katanya ya.
But it's already also in the folder. If you don't mind, can you just click in the folder?
So Prof. Nur Aida, can
It's
you
not-
maybe tell what is the video about?
It is about the humanitarians and the rules of cargo.
Yeah. So it must be an interesting video to show.
Yes.
Hopefully it will play soon.
It took 3 hours to prepare that.
With natural
Is it this one?
disasters such as frequent earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic
Suaranya, Mas.
eruptions causing widespread suffering around
Videonya sudah benar, cuma suaranya mungkin di
environment. We are living in a time of crisis, with natural disasters such as frequent earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic
lagi, Mas.
eruptions
Kedengaran kecil.
causing widespread suffering around the world. War and pandemics such as COVID
Mungkin dikasih mic videonya. Atau
Maybe-
kita
I think-
lanjut tanpa
I
video?
think
Oke.
maybe we can just proceed then.
Ya, ya Mas, tolong kembali ke slide. We
Alright,
continue
kembali ke
without
slide.
the video.
Because of the
Hopefully we
technical
still
problems.
have chance after this to watch the video.
It's okay.
Oke, slide-nya ya Mas. Ke slide
Just
aja
go to the
langsung.
second slide then. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the video that I'm actually wanted to share is actually a compilations of the crises and then the role of air cargo's operations and so on. I would like to say that we can say that in 21st century now, we are living in the crisis era. There are so many crises happens like recently, like 2 years ago, we have faced this global pandemic health crisis, that affects many business, including the aviation sector. One of the industry that has been badly disrupted is aviation sector, goes to the airlines, and the aircraft has been grounded, cannot fly because of the travel restrictions, country closed borders. And this is also affects to the MRO sector, maintenance, repair, and overhauls. And because the aircraft not need, then there is no need for maintenance of the aircraft. And then and also airline catering business, right? And all of these pandemic consequences affects to the economic fallout, because so many business disrupted and it affects the economy of the country. And we are also living in the crisis era. There are war crises recently between Ukraine and Russia, USA and China, and currently Israel and Palestine. These are also leads to the disruptions in terms of supply chain and needs to go for humanitarian, for emergency response, for the relief. Okay, and then we are also exposed to the environmental and natural crisis like tsunami, like Madam just presented in Japan, from the earthquake, volcanic disruption, tsunami, and many more. Next slide, please. So all of these crises give very big impact to the supply chain disruptions, right? As well as to infrastructure damage. It affects the infrastructure, it affects the supply chains, it affects the economy, and decline in the economic, loss of properties and assets, and of course to the humanitarian impacts. While we are conference here, relaxedly, right? There are people out there, they are waiting for help, right? So next, press. Okay, so all of this leads to the humanitarian supply chain activities in terms of the proper assessment and planning for humanitarian aids, the procurements for humanitarian aids, warehouse inventory to store all these humanitarian aids in terms of foods, medical supplies, and others. Same goes to the transports, the fleet managements. All modes of transportations are used during humanitarian, including cargos, air cargos, sea mode transports via vessels, and also land transports. Cold chain custom distributions, and also monitoring and evaluations activities. Next slide, please. Okay, as you can see here, according to IATA 2022, it says that 274 million people are in need for humanitarian assistance and also protection. Okay, so during humanitarians, of course, one of the most important industries are air cargo business players, because they are providing cargo transports by air for reliable and fast or urgent delivery to affected areas. So aviation plays an essential role in the movements of emergency relief situations. It is the first point of call, providing safe, reliable humanitarian access through rapid delivery of aid, and air cargo service also are crucial in situations where crumbling infrastructure or active conflicts cuts off access to entire regions. Next, please. These are the roles of air cargo business in humanitarian logistics. It provides the rapid response, provides the transportations for the supplies of the foods, for the supplies of the medical supplies, for the for the aids, for equipments. And during last time during global pandemic hubs of pandemic COVID-19, we can see all cargos or airlines passengers has been changed to the airlines cargo to carry all the cargos to bring PPEs, vaccines, and so on to the all affected countries. Okay, and all of these coordinations with humanitarian organizations by the air cargo organizations is also important, because they need to work closely with the organizations, NGOs, NGOs that supports all these humanitarian activities to coordinate the hubs and urgent response. Next, please. All right, this is also according to IATA. This is a source from IATA 2022. All right, so in every 24 hours, there are 92 aircraft on the move. In every 24 hours, there are 92 aircraft on the move, 5,600 trucks on the move, and 50 ocean shipments on the move for humanitarian activity purpose only, right? And there are also 650 warehouse operates that handles all the inventories to supply the urgent supports during the humanitarians. And air cargo industry also works together with World Food Programs. They coordinate the supply chains to deliver assistance to people living in the most food insecure and accessible corners of the world. Okay, so these figures shows that in every 40 hours, there are 92 aircraft, 5,600 trucks, 50 ocean shipments has been on move for humanitarian purpose only. Not okay. Next. Okay, this is one of the examples from NGOs. Airlink is a global humanitarian organization. They work closely with all air cargo providers. All right. In year 2021, Airlink has transported over 5 million items of PPE. This is during pandemic, right? Still in the pandemic of COVID-19. And within these 18 months, after 18 months, it transport 10 millions, right? And Airlink has helped 7.8 million people in year 2021 for humanitarian activities. Okay, and also apart from it, there are 46,145 aircraft has been flight completed in order to supply the hubs to the affected areas. There are 5,862 million tons cargo has been transported by the air cargo business to supply helps also during for humanitarian activity. And also there are 28 million tons of shipments that focus on COVID-19 vaccines and also medical equipment. Next. So in responding towards the needs or demand during humanitarian, air cargo business provider also facing some key challenges with regards to their operations to fulfill all the demands for humanitarian activities. Among the key challenges that they are facing are capacity issues, the capacity of the aircraft that brings the hubs to the affected areas, and also the resources as well as the weather conditions. Another key challenges in terms of the security and cross-border issues with that countries, because some countries have some variants, state variants, airline variants and others. In terms of conflict zones and customs, there are also issues with the regulatory and compliance issues. There are also issues with the coordinations, communications among the channels to supply the helps, as well as the humanitarian access to that affected areas. And logistic challenges such as limited infrastructure and poor transportation networks to the affected area is one of the key challenges that air cargo business players are facing as well. Next, please. So in order to improve logistic efficacy for humanitarian activities, these are the key factors that has been highlighted. So all these findings are coming, we get from the literature as well as from the desk research that we have done. Okay, so to improve logistic efficacy of humanitarian logistic activities, air cargo business players have to look at issues on the speed and timeliness, strategic prepositioning, which is related to also with the warehouse preparations near to the affected areas, and then access to remote areas, customized cargo solutions with their partners, and then collaborations with NGOs. All the NGOs should have also strategic partnerships. And also maybe they can look also with the technology innovations that can help their helps to arrive faster later, maybe with the helps of the drones and unmanned aircraft vehicles. All right, and then capacity building and training as well as regulatory supports. Next, please. All right, so as a conclusions, the way forwards, how this can be further improved in terms of the air cargo business and the helps for humanitarian activities. Maybe all the players should go for technology advancements to improve the communications, to improve the supply activities, to improve on coordinations, to improve on warehouse coordinations and others. And in terms of infrastructure supports, support from governments, private sector, local and international is also important, and commitment from all parties is also important, as well as strategic partnership between all stakeholders is also important. With that, I would like to end my presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Aida, for sharing the important role of air cargo business in humanitarian logistics. Now we move on to our next presenters. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Nurhayati Muhammad Nur. Dr. Nurhayati will talk about understanding human factors in humanitarian logistics.
Assalamualaikum and good morning to everyone. Don't worry, I won't take too much time for this presentation. I just want to share about human factors in humanitarian logistics operations. Okay, so first of all, thank you, Mrs. Chairman. Good morning to everyone, to Honorable Top Management of ITI Trisakti, distinguished speakers, lecturers, industry players, and also ladies and gentlemen. Today, I would like to share about the understanding human factors in humanitarian logistics, focusing on the efficiency implications. Slide.
Slide-nya tolong, Mas.
Okay, logistic operations is one of the process, right? So if we talk about process, there should be input and output of the process. Most of the speakers have talked about the machines, the methods, material, but not many are focusing on the man. So now I would like to emphasize more on the man. Okay, man, machine, materials, and method. Okay, for any processes, there should be these 4 inputs. Okay, next. So this is a few information. What is humanitarian logistics all about? So nowadays there are many issues or many cases due to man-made and also natural disasters. So humanitarian relief efforts have been necessary in order to respond to several recent natural and man-made disasters in order to stabilize the critical situations. Okay, so logistic and supply chain management is a critical and challenging factors in any humanitarian relief operations. So the process requiring the involvement of various stakeholders such as government, military, civil society, private companies, and also international and national relief organizations. So in order to make sure that there is an effectiveness of the optimization of the operations, it is important to engage various stakeholders in a collaborative network to efficiently coordinate the aid efforts and also optimize the effectiveness. So because there is no single group have the ability to resolve all the current problems or challenges. So means that there should be a collaboration network. So implement a humanitarian supply chain management strategy involve coordinating the movement of supplies through either international or local agencies. Okay. This includes obtaining resources from both international and local agencies to distribute to the affected victims efficiently and effectively while being adaptable and resilient. Okay, so human factors is one of the elements that need to look for in the management strategy for efficient humanitarian relief operations. So human factors play, next. Human factors, next slide please. Human factors plays a crucial role in humanitarian logistics. Why? Because it will involve to improve the response to the emergencies and also to ensure the well-being of both aid workers and also the beneficiaries. So man is not only focusing on the beneficiaries, but or the the affected population, but also the aid workers. Okay. So there are 7 factors that I would like to highlight, okay, which is I interested to investigate and explore more. The first one is on the decision making and judgment. So if you still can recall, some of our speakers have talked about decision making and also the judgment, okay. Related to stress and mental health. Previous slide, please. Previous. Safety and security, leadership, cultural awareness and sensitivity, communication, and the last one, training and capacity building, which is also already highlighted by Associate Professor Dr. Aida. So in terms of decision making, next slide. Decision making and judgment, it is very important to make sure that correct decision making has been made, especially related to the resource allocation, transportation routes, and also distribution methods. Okay, so the aid workers should have accessibility on the resources, including food, medical supplies, shelter materials, and also personnel. Based on the specific requirements. Okay, on the transportation routes, previous. Mau suruh saya habis cepat ya? Okay, transportation routes should be select the most efficient and also the most secure routes. Okay, it also related to accessibility, safety, infrastructure, and also potential risk related to disaster and also the conflict zone. Okay, and then distribution method, either we directly distributed or we distributed through the local organization or authorities. Okay, and the ability to make informed, timely, and ethical decision is essential to make sure that the supplies reach the target populations. Okay, next. So the second one is on the stress and mental health. Okay, we know that the humanitarian workers often operate in high stress environment. Okay, so the issues related to stress, anxiety, and emotional well-being is quite crucial. Okay, so in order to maintain the health of the workers, there should be actions to be taken. For example, the organizations need to identify and recognize the stress and trauma, okay, related to the process. So it is important to make sure there is no emotional exhaustion, sleep disturbance, and also related to heightened anxiety. Okay, and then the workers or the people related to the process should be informed on the self-care strategies. Okay, what is self-care strategies? It's related to when should they take a break, when should they do the exercise, educate sleep, and also need to maintain the social connection with the colleagues. Okay, the third one, there should be a psychological support. So if any of the workers having problem with the mental or stress issues, then they need to share their experience and also seek for the emotional support. Okay. The fourth one on the training and preparedness. Okay, before the worker should be having pre-deployment training on the stress management techniques and also the tools how to handle the emotional demands. Okay. The fifth one is on the organizational support. There should be a policy related to mental health and also support work culture. Okay. And the last one, rotational support and time off, which is there should be a schedule rotational basis in order to make sure most of the workers will have time to recharge and also decompress and seek for the support. Next, please. The third one is related to cultural awareness and sensitivity. So it is important, this factor, because being culturally aware helps the workers to build trust within communities, adapt to the strategies to local needs, and also avoid inadvertently causing offense. So they also need to respect the local leadership, follow all the regulations, and also consider on the gender and gender roles and also social hierarchies. Next. Communication. So I think communication is one of the important factor. Okay, because effective communications is essential for coordination among different agencies. As I mentioned just now, there should be inadequate collaboration between all the parties involved in the relief operations. Okay, and stakeholders involved in humanitarian efforts. So miscommunication or lack of communication will lead to the inefficiencies of the or delay in the humanitarian operations. So as you can see in my slide, there are 10 elements that need to be looked for related to the communication. The first one is on the coordination and collaboration between all the stakeholders. Timely information sharing to make sure that everyone will get updated informations on the location, on the people, etc. Okay. Consistency in messaging. Everyone also keep on updated across all levels. Adaptation and flexibility. If there is any changes due to unforeseen circumstances, so it can be well communicated. And again, number 5 is related to the culture. Okay, so communication should also focus on the culture. And then the tools and technology used for the communications. Language, make sure communication in similar language, or if not, then translator can be used in order to make sure correct and also efficient communications. A timely feedback loop means that any feedback from the community should be addressed and also take action for the continuous improvement. Training for the workers and also for the preparedness for any related to the any training and preparedness should be communicated well among the workers. Sorry. And the last one is to ensure the risk mitigation is well planned. Okay. Next. Safety and security. So we know that humanitarian logistics often involve operating in conflict zones or areas with high security risks. Okay, then it is important to ensure the safety of aid workers and the security of relief supplies. And it is important to make sure that they aware on the safety and security related to the in order to solve the conflict resolution and also for the risk management. So there are few elements that need to look for. As you can see here, there should be a risk assessment before any operation can be done. Security protocols and training should be established. Understanding of the local context, collaborations, activities related to safety, adherence to international standards, if any. Actions on the adaptability and flexibility, logistical precautions, crisis management and contingency planning, psychosocial support among the organization, and also related to monitoring and evaluation. Okay, next. The 6 factors is leadership. Okay, so it is important to have an efficient leader in order to make sure the operation is successful or efficient. Okay, why? Because a good leader will inspire and guide the teams well for any situations, and leader also should be able to make a decisive decision making. And also when there is come on the issues related to any unforeseen circumstances, then they know how to react and take immediate corrective actions. Okay. Communication between the leaders and also the team should be transparent, and all the teams should be keep updated on the issues. Leader also should have a strategic and strategic thinking and planning to make sure the operations follow the as per plan, and also there should be a short-term and long-term strategy. So the next one is empowerment and the dedications to the team. Ethical leadership, because there should be no gender bias, no issues related to race, and also anything which is related to the ethics, okay, including the human dignity. Okay, the last one, and then next is the learning on and adaptations. The leader should be able to facilitate debriefing and post-crisis assessment. Okay, udah habis sekejap. The other factors is resilience and emotional intelligence, supporting well-being, which is related to the stress management. And the last one, the last one is on the training and capacity building. So all the team members should be provided with the training and also need to build up their capacity in any humanitarian logistic operations. Okay, and the last slide. So from this, I can say that incorporating human factors into the planning and execution of humanitarian logistics operations can lead to more efficient, effective, and ethical relief efforts. So it is essential to ensure that aid workers are better prepared to address the diverse challenges they may encounter in the field and ultimately can improve the life of those affected crisis. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nur Hidayati. Dr. Nur Hidayati has explained about the role of human resource in humanitarian logistics. Okay, we already have 8 presenters here with us. And for the next 2 presenters, we're going to have a virtual presentation. We're going to have Ms. Gaskova Lyudmila and Professor Rul. But before we start, let me check whether our speakers are already online. Oh, I see Ms. Gaskova already there. Hello. Hi.
Hello. Hello, dear colleagues.
Okay,
Hello,
good.
dear colleagues.
Suaranya mungkin digedein sedikit ya. We
So
cannot hear.
can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Pak Iqbal, I cannot hear the voice clearly. Can you, what is it?
Please let us know if the sound is okay.
Okay. I think now it's clearer. All right, let's also say hi to Professor Rul. Okay, let me check first.
Hello.
Okay, nice.
You
We
hear
can hear you now. All right, so I'm sorry that I think Miss Gaskova, there are 2 of you, but I'm sorry if I haven't mentioned the other one. So please, you can have your time to introduce yourself, and we will have time for you to deliver your speech about shedding light on uncertainty and risk in humanitarian supply chain. So time is yours. You can start now.
Hello, dear colleagues. I am Gashkova Lyudmila. I am head of Department International Economy and Logistics of Ural State University of Railway Transport, Yekaterinburg, Russia. My assistant, Maria Panchenkova. Thank you.
Hi.
Hello, dear colleagues. We are really grateful to take part in this conference, and on behalf of the Ural State University of Railway Transport, we'd love to say a big thank you for this golden opportunity. Thank you so much. We're happy to see you all.
We are happy too.
So Lyudmila will present the main topic and the main highlights in Russian language, and I'm going to assist her with English. Okay. Уважаемые коллеги, вашему вниманию представляется доклад на тему «Неопределенность и риски в цепях поставок гуманитарной помощи». Одной из актуальных проблем в современном обществе является процесс осуществления гуманитарных операций, направленных на оказание помощи лицам, оказавшимся в сложной жизненной ситуации вследствие возникновения чрезвычайных ситуаций различного рода. Ish. Dear colleagues, we are really grateful to present our report on the topic uncertainty and risks in humanitarian supply chains. One of the urgent problems in modern society is the process of carrying out humanitarian operations aimed at helping people who find themselves in difficult life situations as a result of emergencies of various kinds. In order to implement aid plans for humanitarian organizations, it is necessary to create an effective supply chain capable of reducing negative consequences in the shortest possible time by delivering the necessary resources to the people in need. Next slide, please. Гуманитарная цепь поставок представляет множество звеньев, связанных между собой информационными, денежными и товарно-материальными потоками. Она отличается от коммерческой цепи поставок основной целью и особенностями функционирования. So on the current slide, you can see some features of functioning of humanitarian supply chains. The humanitarian supply chain consists of many links connected by the flows of information, money, and materials. It differs from commercial supply chain by its main purpose and features of functioning. Thank you. Next slide, please. Внешняя и внутренняя среда неизбежно повышают неопределенность и риск в гуманитарных цепях поставок. Это объективно необходимые категории, которые требуют анализа и совершенствования подходов. Для выявления рисков в цепи поставок была использована диаграмма Исикава. On the current slide, you can see that external and internal environmental inevitably increase uncertainty and risk in humanitarian supply chains. These are objectively necessary categories that require analysis and improvement of approaches. The Ishikawa diagram was used to identify risks in the supply chain. Thank you. Next slide, please. Неопределенность может появиться на любом этапе цепи поставок гуманитарной помощи. Но наибольшую опасность представляет уровень глубокой неопределенности, которая может иметь различный охват и масштаб. So on the current slide, you can see some risk analysis. The uncertainty can manifest itself at any stage of the humanitarian aid supply chain, but the greatest danger is the level of deep uncertainty, which can have different coverage and scale. These are both internal risks associated with the economic and technological process of providing humanitarian assistance, and external risks arising in the social, political, and environmental direction. Next slide, please. За последнее время количество научных статей, рассматривающих использование современных инструментов воздействия на цепь поставок для сокращения скорости восстановления цепи поставок, увеличилось в несколько раз. Авторами предлагается широкий круг различных подходов, которые необходимо использовать в зависимости от создавшейся ситуации. We'd love to highlight that recently the number of scientific papers and studies considering the use of modern tools for influencing the supply chain to reduce the recovery rate of supply chain has increased several times. The authors propose a wide range of different approaches that need to be used depending on the situation. The most frequent proposed solution is the use of digital technologies. Next slide, please. Целью цепей поставок, цифровых технологий является сделать цепочки поставок и производственные процессы более динамичными, гибкими, точными и автономными, способными не только быстро реагировать на вызовы внешней среды, но и обеспечить процессы интегрированного взаимодействия в цепях поставок. The goal of digital technologies is to make supply chains and production processes more dynamic, flexible, accurate, and autonomous, able not only to respond quickly to the challenges of the external environment, but also to ensure the process of integrated interaction in supply chain. Thank you. Next slide, please. Проведенное исследование позволило построить обобщенную модель влияния цифровых технологий на результативность гуманитарной цепи поставок.
On the current slide, you can see that this study allowed us to build a generalized model of the impact of digital technologies on the effectiveness of the humanitarian supply chain. So you can see, you're welcome to see this model in our slide. Thank you. Next, please.
Подводя итоги, можно сказать, что на гуманитарную логистику приходится от 60 до 80% от общих расходов на гуманитарную помощь. А гуманитарная цепь, работая в условиях чрезвычайных ситуаций, охватывает все, начиная с момента формирования потребностей и заканчивая доставкой товаров. И потенциалом минимизации рисков в цепи поставок является внедрение цифровых технологий, которые позволяют выполнять основные цели гуманитарной логистики.
To sum up the results of our study, we'd love to conclude first that humanitarian logistics accounts for 60 up to 80% of total humanitarian aid expenditures. The next, we'd love to say that humanitarian supply chain working in emergency situation covers everything from the moment of need is formed to the delivery of goods and services to the final recipient. And next, we'd love to say that the potential for minimizing risk in supply chain is the introduction of digital technologies that allow the fulfillment of the main goal of humanitarian logistics, improving the living conditions and health of people in situations of emergency. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your attention, dear colleagues.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yaskova, for your enlightening. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue with our last speaker, we would like to say sorry that Ms. Masuki needs to go to a meeting, yeah, but with Brin. So please give a big applause for her contribution for this conference. Thank you very much. Okay, now let's move on to our last but not least presenters. Joining online, Professor Rule. Give applause to Professor Rule, who is going to talk about last mile distribution in humanitarian reliefs. Hi, Prof. Can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Okay.
Hello in Jakarta. Good morning or around noon from Belgium. So very happy that I can speak to you all concerning the last mile in humanitarian relief. So really a pleasure for me.
So we are not ready to hear your speech. So the virtual state is yours.
Okay, you hear me, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Good morning from Belgium. Very happy and proud to be able to present at the GROSTLog conference this year. So I'm and to speak about the last mile in humanitarian relief. So I'm ready to start. You can start the slides, please. I will quickly ask. I'm going to. Are you going to use? Do I need to click, or will you use do the clicking? Did you hear me?
PPT-nya bisa di-share? Ada masalah? Oh ya, sorry. Lupa. So is there any problem with the presentation? No, everything okay? Okay.
Okay, then we can. Okay. Okay, good. Good morning indeed. You can click a first time. Thank you. Yes, you can. Okay, sorry. Yeah. During this presentation, of course, there is a lot to say about the last mile in humanitarian relief. But I will focus during this presentation mainly on the focus on pharmaceutical products within the last mile, as it's a quarter of an hour that I can speak about last mile. I could speak hours about it, but I decided to focus here mainly on pharmaceutical last miles related to cold chain logistics. So I'm going to take you there to the focus on the pharmaceutical last mile. You can click on for the next slide. Thank you. So I'm going to take you in the next 15 minutes to, let's say, 6 steps of the agenda. I'm not going to speak too long about issues during a humanitarian crisis. You all saw this already in the last couple of presentations, but I'm going to take you first, how is a traditional pharma supply chain looking like? And then I'm going to take you to, if you look to the last mile, to the last part of a pharmaceutical supply chain, what are maybe similarities with other flows where we can learn something from? And these learnings will lead us to some solutions and best practices, how to deal with issues during a humanitarian relief crisis. What can we learn from other sectors and flows, and how can we apply them on the last mile from pharmaceutical products? Then I'm going to take you, if there is still some time, but that depends, about some innovations in new pharma products and how they are related with last mile. And then I'm going to take you to the most important key takeaways for today's presentation. Voila, that's how the presentation of today will look like. You can click. Yes, so I'm going to take you first through some issues during a humanitarian crisis with impacts on the last mile, and you can click again. So, of course, what is a common during a humanitarian crisis, specifically with impacts on the last mile? In most cases, of course, as already seen, it's an unforeseen thing. It can be natural disaster, pandemic, war. But what can be the impacts? Well, the issues can be that the infrastructure or several infrastructure types can be damaged, or issues. It can be related to roads, can be related to communication networks, as we saw in the last presentation. It can, and also important, logistics warehouses and cold chain facilities might be damaged or might be under pressure. There might be lack of energy. There might be shortages of transportation or vehicles. And of course, as always, a quick response is needed, and also related to pharmaceutical products. There might be not enough inventory of certain pharma products. So the question is there, how can you react quickly to that? So you can click again. And then I'm going to take you quickly, how is today a traditional pharmaceutical supply chain looking like, especially to areas where they need pharma. Well, a traditional pharma supply chain is looking like this, a rather traditional chain, where you have at the left side manufacturers of pharmaceutical products. They bring their products and pharmaceutical products via shippers and transportation to a forwarder. Those products in most cases are flown by airplanes, so with pallets. So you can click one more time. Yeah. And so they are, and that are typically, it can be pallets or refrigerated containers where you can put a pallet inside, and then those products are what you call actively cooled, so that are containers that keep the temperature of all the products at a decent temperature, as many pharmaceutical products always need to be kept at, for example, 2 to 8 degrees or even frozen, etc. So then they are placed on an airplane. They are going via ground handlers again to forwarders, and then you end up again at the right side, in most cases via all kind of transportation methods to execute what you call the last mile. And you can click again. And that is, in most cases, during a humanitarian crisis, it's the issue. So the last mile, the last part of a supply chain, as from the moment that the products left, let's say, the airport of the last big distribution warehouse, in most cases, there the products start to arrive, because in most cases during humanitarian relief, airports in most cases are the ones that are the first again active, or governments try to have airports always as quick as possible active again, but it's more at the land side, deeper inside the land, deeper inside towards local communities, that issues start to arise. So in most cases your issue is related in or can be found in the last mile. And you can click again. And this is, for example, how a last mile is looking like. And you can click 1 or 2 times, I think. As I already said before, the most issues are not found in the port of entry, but the deeper you go into the land, to local communities, to local cities, to execute your last mile distributions. The gray dots you see there can all be local communities where roads can be broken or energy is lacking. There, in most cases, the problems can be found. So you can click 1 or 2 times, I think. Indeed, so like I said, up till there, full pallets can be, in most cases, still transported to the nearby airport. In most cases, that's not a problem, but it's indeed, if you go deeper, more to the right, more to your last mile, more to your local distribution, that the issues start to arise. And you can click again. It's there that I'm going to focus on the next couple of slides. What can we do, or what can we learn from other flows, and how can we deal with issues related to transportation management to make sure that you have transportation to bring it to your local community. So you can click 1 time more. Having said that, what can we now? We spoke about already that last mile, and about how high level, how a pharmaceutical supply chain and pharma last mile, how it looks a bit like now. If there are things what we can learn from other, let's say, similar supply chains, where we can look to and learn how they deal with issues related to temperature, or how they deal with complex last mile solutions. Well, and what is typically about a pharmaceutical last mile part of a supply chain during a humanitarian crisis, in most cases, it's a very reactive. It needs to be very reactive. I mean, in most cases, you cannot forecast humanitarian issues. There needs to be supply both to cities, which sometimes is a bit easier, but also to very rural or very far away small villages. And in most cases, as already said, you need to maintain a cold chain. Your supply chain, your temperature need to be kept for certain vaccines, for certain medication and pharmaceutical products. If you can guarantee your cold chain, it might become very difficult. And if you are lacking energy, or your cold chain warehouses are broken, of course, that's an issue. So, but now you can click for the next slide. What is there? A good question is, are there similarities with other flows that also had to deal with that kind of product? So a split, both doing deliveries in the last mile to cities or to rural areas, also more reactive, also having to deal with cold chain logistics. And then you can click 1 more time. Well, if you study that from a higher level, from a helicopter view, it's very related to what you saw happening last couple of years in everything which is related to the move from traditional retail to, let's say, e-commerce food online retail. So instead of bringing big pallets to supermarkets, more and more people order online food deliveries with boxes, or you have parcel companies doing deliveries at your doorstep or at home or in cities deliveries, and also more and more how food catering services are working. So is there something which we can learn? Are there similarities? Yes, in my opinion, and out of what we study, you can clearly see, you can click 1 more time, that there are similarities with traditional retail, food and drinks retail, and e-commerce last mile delivery. So you can click 1 more time. So let us now look to what we can learn from them, how they deal with complexities in cold chain logistics, in rural area deliveries, and is there something that we can learn for humanitarian relief? And you can click one more time. So indeed, taking that into account, can we have some solutions and best practices that are used in food and catering supply chains, in e-commerce supply chains, which we can easily adapt towards a last mile for pharmaceutical products during humanitarian relief? And to be honest, you can click one more time. Yes, let's have, for example, one of the most important things during such a crisis, as already said, you need to maintain a cold chain for many pharmaceutical products and vaccination schemes, etc. And of course, there, if you are lacking energy, that might be an issue, because if your cold chain is broken, if your cold chain warehouses locally or your vans with cold chain technologies are broken, that is an issue. But there we can learn, to be honest, from the e-commerce food retail and catering services which are taking place on an airplane. So if you have food on an airplane, in most cases, they don't put that in the fridge in the airplane, they have other solutions. And that other solution I'm going to tell you about on the next slide. Because how today many solutions, last mile, e-commerce and catering solutions in the air are taken care of, they use dry ice. What is dry ice? You see there a picture, you can click one more time, please. Dry ice is a kind of a solution. You can click one more time. Yeah, dry ice is compressed CO2. So compressed CO2, and when you compress CO2, it becomes a very cold kind of stone, and that has a temperature of 79 degrees minus. That temperature in that block can be guaranteed if you put it in a kind of package or in a parcel up to 2 weeks. You can add sensors to it, IoT sensors that are measuring all the time the temperature. You don't need to do repacking, so you can have a parcel. You can put that dry ice inside. You can close it with insulation, and then you can have pharmaceutical products in that box, and it stays cool for 2 weeks, for 2 full weeks without treatment. So that's, of course, something interesting. If you put that, like I said, you can click 2 more times. If you put that in a kind of insulated box like you can see there, you can have a very efficient total flow over an airplane with a last mile without needing to take care of energy which is needed for the cold chain or cold chain warehouses, because it's already cooled in that box. And of course, an example that was used by that, the distribution of, you can click one more time, distribution of the Pfizer COVID vaccines. You click one more time. Yeah, the distribution of the COVID vaccines, for example, was done all over the world using this way, method. And you can click to the next slide, please. And so, like I said earlier, at the left side, there shouldn't be an issue. In most cases, you will get the most important products and boxes which need to be distributed. You can get them in the airport. You can click one more time. And like I already said, so the idea can be there that you ship with airplanes pallets with those insulated boxes with dry ice to your nearest location, to your airport close to the area where there is the issue. And then you are going to distribute all the pharmaceuticals with small boxes, and it can be boxes which you can easily carry, full with pharmaceutical products and with dry ice. And then you can easily distribute over a cold chain which does not need to be cooled, or cold chain or actively cooled. That's, for example, a way what we can learn from catering services and from e-commerce. Many e-commerce companies, for example, work via this principle in Western world. So, and let's go then one step further. So one click extra. Now, you might say as well, yes, but what about if you are transportation vehicles, or if there is lack on transportation, or transportation companies are not active or are struggling? What can we do there? And well, if you look there, an interesting best practice is the next one. You can click one more time. And that's this one. You all recognize here a crate of Coca-Cola. Well, what is this related to what I said earlier? Well, you can click one more time. There is an interesting study that was executed some months ago. You can click one more time.
Prof. Rao, sorry for interrupting, but you have 2 more minutes for your presentation.
Okay. That's perfect. I will do that. What you see here is that Coca-Cola is everywhere available in the world, except from 2 countries. But the interesting is you can click one more time. Is that there are now many tests going on, for example, in Africa, where Coca-Cola distribution, which is going in most cases very deep inside the land to all kind of remote areas, to take next to a cola crate also those boxes with passively cold chain medication and pharmaceutical products. So that's a first best practice. You can go to the next slide. For example, another thing, you can click one more time. Why not using, for example, this kind of on-demand services? In many cases, they are also driving everywhere in cities. Instead of taking food, they can sometimes easily take such a box with pharmaceutical products. Also, examples can be found there worldwide. And then the next innovation and best practice, you can click one more time, is of course drone transportation. It's a niche solution, but in many cases you can use drones to drop those passive cooled boxes worldwide to remote areas where even all roads are broken as well. And you can click one more time. There are many technologies. I'm not going to focus there, but sometimes it's something interesting. If you're interested in that one, you can click one more time. There are examples from a collaboration of the University of Antwerp we have with Pharma.io, which is let's say who are working on all kind of innovations in pharmaceutical products. They did tests, for example, in the African country Malawi, to distribute vaccines and pharmaceuticals using drone technologies. And then you can go to the next slide, and that are my last slides. Then and it's related to the former presentation. You might say, yes, but if your network is down, if you have issues with the network during a humanitarian crisis, and you need to do certain scans, or you need to do follow-up for the vaccination and the pharmaceuticals which are distribution, well, a big innovation there will be, and you click one more time, is that, what you can see there is in the future, we will have several communication methods, like you have Starlink from Elon Musk from Tesla, for example, which is using satellites. You can easily do cell phone calls there. You can easily do data transfer, and you don't need to have ground antennas for doing this. So this is another way how you can deal and connect all the flows and the last mile with each other without needing a communication infrastructure. So that's, let's say, the most important things I wanted to share you with. So that brings me for the last 30 seconds to my key takeaways of today. Speaking about the last mile, you can click 2 times. So key takeaways for today, and you can, voila. And that's, if you do some clicks together, I took you to the last mile, to passive cooling. I took you to the fact that you can use existing models like Coca-Cola systems or Grab systems. And for communication, you can use in the future systems which use satellites instead of local communication antennas. And if you click 2 more times, that should be my presentation. And I hope I'm almost just in time.
Thank you very much. Please give applause to Professor Ru. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we comes to our last session. Yeah, we already hear insightful presentation from our presenters. Now it's time to question and answers. If you have any questions, you can raise your hand and our team will give you the microphone. Those who join online, you can type your question. Don't forget to write your email, because we will answer the question via email because we ran out of time. So I see that there's already a questioner here. Please, Mike, please. Mike. Please introduce yourself first before you ask the question. Thank you.
Check. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Awi Guna. I am the first batch of the student of the doctoral program here in our beloved campus, Trisakti. Yes, I have two questions. One is for Tan Sri Dr. Armand. And then also the second one is for Puan Dr. Nohrayati, and then also the professor's role. Bonjour, professors. I think I might look at the camera because the camera is beside me. Okay, the first question is, you know, Dr. Armand, in this era of digitalizations, everything is in internet. As we know, the IoT, Internet of Things. So considering is the lean system is the physical activity or a conceptual activity, so has this systems also been transformed, and what form does it take? That's the first questions. And the second question is for Dr. Nohrayati, and also maybe the professor role. And you mentioned that the human factor is very important. Is there any international body or international institutions that regulate or make a standard for the workers and also for the courier service or the employee who delivers the last mile products or the last mile cargo to take care or to treat in the damaged locations? And also, we know that the pharmaceutical also important thing when in the damaged area or the damaged locations there is no power. So how was the treatment for the employee or the worker, Professor Role? I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Awiguna. So, Dr. Amran, you can answer.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much for the question. I think that's a good question and a very relevant question for today's discussion. It talk about the digitalization of the current process and operation. I think some okay. Okay again. All right. So right now people move from what we call proactive to prediction. I think Prof. Robert, expert in this, we talk about digitalization. All right, I think this one better. All right, we talk about that one. I think it's a very good because we move from proactive to predictive. And Lean, actually, we are aligned with that industrial 5.0 right now. Before this 4.0, we talk about IoT and so on. And if you read further on this Lean literature, we also discuss about Lean 4.0. There are a few tools, AI tools that we discuss in Lean. We talk about how we want to predict what will happen, what kind of waste will be happen, and so on. I think in Europe and in American as well, they are already at this stage doing on that Lean 4.0 or Lean 5.0. But in Asian countries, especially in Malaysia, I use case in Malaysia, especially not here, because I'm more familiar at our country. So we are toward that, but we have some challenges in terms of collecting data and data readiness. So toward that, the most important thing is availability of data. So because our operation mainly in manual, still transition to digital, but when the data in manual is quite difficult to translate to digital and then transform to prediction and AI tools and so on. So in terms of stage, I can say that we are toward to that direction because the study and the implementation already done in Europe and US. But in our country, especially in Asia, yes, we are aware on that. but the problem is the data readiness and availability of data in digital form is very lack. And once we're ready on that, we can do it easily and quickly to Lean 5.0 or Lean 4.0 in terms of prediction of data utilization. So right now we just transform whatever we have in manual operation into computer. We just copy. But the thing is the dangerous of copy the manual into digital is we copy everything from what we did, waste what we did in non-value added activity into computer only. Without we change the good process yet. So that's the dangerous thing that we have to bear in mind when we talk about digitalization of process in the context of Lean. I think that's all from my answer to the questionnaire, and hopefully it will help your answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Amran. Yes, Dr. Nur Hidayati.
Assalamualaikum to yang bertanya. Okay, just now the one that I presented, human factors related to psychological. Okay, so for human factors, we have physical, physiological, psychological, and also psychosocial. So if we want to relate with the, if I'm not mistaken, the one that you asked is about the regulations. Am I right? Is there any regulation for the workers? Let's say in manual handling tasks, including handling of chemical, right? So actually there is a ISO standard related to the ergonomics and human factors in performing tasks. Okay, you can refer to this ISO standard. Hold on, ISO 11228 and also ISO 11226. Okay, and in certain countries, there is also OSHA Act, Occupational Safety and Health Act. So I'm not sure with the Indonesia, but Malaysia, there is certain guidelines provided for the workers to perform their tasks, including the manual handling activities. Am I answering your question?
Mike, please, Mike.
Yeah, is there an regulated by the international body who has a control tower to certify that the workers also?
In Malaysia, we have NIOSH, National Industry Occupational Safety and Health. We also have OSHA and also NIOSH, which is who take care of the workers' safety and health.
Okay.
So each organization should follow the act and also guidelines provided by the bodies.
So that's international regulated.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Pak Awiguna, thank you. Once again, for those who join online, can type your questions in the chat. And then don't forget to mention your email because we're going to answer it by email. And unfortunately, we only have one more question, please. Okay, I see the man over there is the first one. Okay, I'm so sorry. Okay, stand up. Okay, thank you.
Hello everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like to ask to Prof. Dr. Nur Aida, what's your opinion on the aircraft management business in Indonesia in the next 5 years? And the second question is, what is your opinion on the development of general aviation in Indonesia in the next 5 years? Thank you.
What's your name?
Renaldi.
Geraldi.
Renaldi.
Renaldi. Okay, Dr. Aida. Can you repeat the first question? I just lost.
The first question is, what's your opinion about aircraft management business in Indonesia?
Aircraft management business in
Indonesia.
Indonesia. Okay.
Thank you.
Aircraft management business in Indonesia?
Yeah.
You mean the airlines? Or?
No, I mean the person have aircraft and put some company to maintaining and maintenance the operation.
No, the MRO. You mean the
MRO, yes, I think MRO. Thank you.
Actually, my background is on aviation management. I'm teaching cargo operations and so on, not really from the maintenance and engineering. But looking at the perspective, you said how you see the growth of aviation industry in Indonesia, is it? With regards to the MRO.
Yeah.
Okay, I think since we are neighboring country, maybe almost similar, right? Okay, it depends on because maintenance, aircraft maintenance and organizations refer to the maintenance of the aircraft for the airlines as well as for the cargo airlines. So it depends on the markets of the air cargos and also the growth of the passenger airlines market as well. So with the increased numbers of the demand for passenger airlines markets, of course, it will lead to the increased demands for the MRO. Yeah. And what's the next question?
What's your opinion about the general aviation in Indonesia in 5 years?
General aviation in?
Yeah, in 5 years.
In 5 years.
In the next 5 years.
Okay. Since we have COVID, it starts every aviation industry across the globe has been badly affected. But if you read reports that is published by IATA in the websites, International Air Transport Association websites, they publish lots of articles. We can see the trend is starting growing again. So I'm sure in the 5 years, with the increased numbers of the travel demands and then the business growth of course, the aviation industry also can grow again. Okay. I hope this satisfies your question.
Thank you for
answering a question. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, please give applause to our speakers once again. Thank you for the engaging questions and responses from the speakers. We are very sorry that we cannot continue the question and answer sessions, but hopefully you can do this, yeah. The speakers are openly to accept your questions after this. Okay. And once again, I am as a moderator would like to show my appreciation for distinguished speakers, and we would like to give the time for the MC again. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nia, and all distinguished speakers for the very insightful materials for our event for today. But before we close the plenary sessions, we would like to welcome Director of Trisakti Institute of Transportation and Logistics, Dr. Iliantini Amtero MM, to give the token of appreciations to all the speakers. Okay, the committee. Okay, so we'll start to give the token appreciations for our first speaker, Dr. Muhammad Amran from University Kuala Lumpur, Malaysian Institute of Industrial Technology, UNIKL MITEC. Okay, the camera ready. Kameramen, aman? Oke, sedang bergerak. Silakan difoto sejenak. Diabadikan momen bersama to take the pictures with the Dr. Amran. Thank you for Dr. Amran for very insightful about lean thinking and logistics. And after this, we would like to invite Dr. Albert Tan, Dr. Albert, to join the stage to give the token appreciation from the Rector of Trisakti Institute of Transportation and Logistics. Okay, Dr. Albert is talking about the proposed framework for management of humanitarian logistic project. Okay, thank you, Dr. Albert Tan, for the materials. And next, I would like to welcome Dr. Adisak Suvitawat from Suranari University of Technology, Thailand. We are also to invite Professor Dr. Robert De Souza from the Logistics Institute of Asia Pacific and US Singapore. And also would like to invite from ITL Trisakti Jakarta, Dr. Nurfrizal. Pak, silakan. We also like to welcome Professor Nur Aida Abdurrahman from University Kuala Lumpur, Malaysian Institute of Industrial Technology. Well, we would like to also Ms. Nur Hayati also from Nur University Kuala Lumpur, Miat. The rest two of the speakers that join our virtual. Yeah, we also like to welcome them. We'll share the token appreciations by the committee. And thank you for your very insightful from Russia and also from Belgium. Thank you so much for your time. Okay, again. Oh, the committee will send the token appreciations to the Belgium and as well to the Russia. It's very great, the committee. Okay. So, okay, again, please receive our appreciation for our speakers and please take your position for the group photo together. So please stand up for the moderator as well, for the speakers, and also we have to invite the rectors of Trisakti Institute of Transportation and Logistics, as well as the vice rector in academic, in finance, as well as in students, as well the vice rector in partnerships to join the photo sessions together with all the distinguished speakers. Oke, sekali lagi tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk semua pembicara dan juga tamu hadirin yang hadir pada hari ini. Okay, and after this, we also like to welcome and also to invite our sponsors to take a group picture together. So first from Wahana Multi Logistik, Direktur Utama Bapak Agus Setiawan. Bapak, kami silakan, kami undang untuk berfoto bersama Bapak. Dan juga dari Citylink, Bapak Fajar Aditya Octaviano, Vice President Kargo dari Citylink. Bapak, kami mohon kesediaannya untuk berfoto bersama Rektor dan juga Wakil Rektor. Dan juga kami undang dari Shortcut Barbershop and Itla, Bapak Insinyur Sumino Eko Saputro, Bapak untuk join ke depan untuk berfoto bersama. Terima kasih telah support acara ini, Bapak. Dan juga perwakilan dari Pelni, Bapak Yosianus Marsiano, Direktur Angkutan Barang dan Tol Laut. Bapak, kami silakan untuk berfoto bersama di depan bersama Rektor dan juga Wakil Rektor. Dan yang terakhir dari LPTL Trisakti, Bapak Abdullah Ade Suryo Buwono. Kami undang juga untuk maju ke depan, Bapak. Ini adalah sponsor. These are sponsors that supported our event for today. So please give a round of applause for the sponsor for today. And for additional information for all the students, so we will have the executive logistic talk with Professor Robert De Souza at 3 p.m. Jam 3 nanti akan ada executive logistic talk. And for all the participants that joining GROSTLog this year, you are free to join at 3 p.m. in this auditorium. Again, there are sessions, executive logistic talk with the Professor Robert De Souza. So please join at 3 p.m. in this auditorium. And we will have a break until. Again, thank you so much for all the speakers and as well as our sponsors. And also for the best questions. Tadi kan saya janji, this question akan dapat hadiah juga dari sponsor. Nanti tim dari GROSTLog akan langsung reach ke kalian semua untuk best questions-nya untuk online dan offline. Terima kasih. And congratulations, and our committee will reach you for the detailed administration purposes. And everyone, this is the end of our plenary sessions, and we will take a break about 60 minutes, and the lunch will be provided by GROSTLog in the front of our library in the same floor. So after break, we'll start the registrations for the sessions at 1:30 Jakarta time. So in everyone, our committee will assist you during the presentations. Let's begin with the presentation with the experience from each presenter. On behalf of the logistics, we will also thank you for the presentations and working for these knowledge. Thank you or
Di antara belasan ribu kepulauan, hadir beragam keindahan bahari dengan ribuan jenis kekayaan di kandungnya. Hanya ditemukan di bumi Indonesia. Kami hadir menghantar Anda kembali jatuh cinta pada Indonesia. Kami berada tepat yang membutuhkan sentuhan hangat dalam perjalanannya. Sebuah angin laut yang menyegarkan, menghapus ingatan akan kuatnya badai. Kami tempatkan fokus pada tempat manapun yang kami tuju. Pintu kami terbuka, mengantar Anda mewujudkan sebuah tujuan, memperkaya dengan sudut pandang bernilai tak terhingga. Kami selalu memberikan rasa nyaman dengan mudah dan cepat, mengantar Anda wujudkan impian-impian hingga membahagiakan. Ada keindahan dan kekuatan dalam sebuah kesatuan. Di mana ada kesatuan, selalu ada kemenangan. Kami membuka diri terhadap hal yang tidak biasa. Dan kreativitas itu bukan soal definisi, tapi lebih kepada tindakan nyata. Karena kami tahu, masa depan milik mereka yang mempunyai harapan dan tujuan baik. Kami percaya setiap momen sangatlah berharga. Dan rasa aman juga menjadi pokok alasan yang kami andalkan. Agar hadir rasa bahagia karena mampu menikmatinya dengan tenang dan nyaman. Kami menyadari, karena meyakini bahwa setiap keindahan yang selamanya ada oleh laku jaga nyata dan rawat atasnya. Tidak sendiri, tapi oleh kita bersama. Now we connect, we unify.
Oh, liburan gratis.
Aku langsung jatuh cinta, walau ku tahu kau ada pemiliknya, tapi ku tak dapat membohongi hati dari dapat menghindari gejolak cintaku. Sayang, aku benci boleh sekedar sayang. yang pada cinta, apalagi aku juga ada pemilihan. Tapi ku tak mampu membohongi hati. Dari gejolak cinta, jika benci,